West, y'all.
Bang, bang. Let's jam, Cali is active. Let's jam, Cali is active. Let's jam, Cali is active.
Hey, come on, Cali, what we got? We got haters, eat smoke, drink, wear biscuits, foes, deuces, trays, switches, ride, money, house, boats, notes, uncompromising support. We got haters, smoke, drink, with riches, foes, deuces, trays, switches, riders, money, boats, notes, uncompromising support. West Coast, I'm a bang on snitch boys that it all started. Me, super dads banging on the blue carpet. Chucks and accessories like the two heaters the homie got next to me. You think you know, but you don't know me, fool. It's me and Dads posted with Coach Snoop. And I'll ride with you if you wanna ride with me. Cause we banging on the streets, DPG, bang, bang, bang.
Let's jam, Cali is active. We bang. Let's jam, Cali is active. Let's jam, Cali is active. Let's jam.
Hey, yo, Dad,
I'm yelling gangsta, dipping in my 6'6" chrome deep dish. Today could be a death wish. I'm from Cali to Burford, the Impala, them 6'4" old schools. Them boys got dollars, big diamonds, big wheels, no blows to the ground. Get active, fool. That's how we get down. Scraping a bumper, you know I keep that thumper. 15 something, just like a dog pound Johnson. LA Dutch cat, switching hitting from front to back. We back doing it big like that. Khakis all stars, white tees, game flags. DPGC on my tag. Dog pound gangster, we get this active. Popping that ish, then I'm getting blasted. Ain't no compromising, I'm talking to ask it. I'm taking off first and the scene congested.
Let's jam, Cali is active. Let's jam, Cali is active. Let's jam, Cali is active.
Just another day in my neighborhood. I bang the hood. In the hood, I'm bringing the goods. In other words, I'm bringing the buzz. I'm swinging my cuz in the blue vein, switching lanes, back seat full of guns. What it do, huh? Baby sucking on the blow pop. Put your seatbelt on, let me make the phone hop. I get out and crip, walk on the block, left hand on my 20 crip, and it don't stop. Yeah, hookin', I can always tell it's scared hookin'. Oh, loud mouth buster, wouldn't break a glass. Now he wanna run up on me and mash. I catch him by himself, now he talking fast. Oh, Snoop Dogg, please don't glass. Don't worry about a fucking thing, but worry about my homies, cause my homies gon' bang on the gang.
Let's jam, Cali is active. We bang. Let's jam,
bang on.
Cali is active. Let's jam, Cali is active. We bang. Let's jam, Cali is active.
Everybody, California, yeah, baby. Probably hardly come to party without nothing happening. This is how we like to do it. Spike the punch with Hennessy, and we banging on it. So ain't from that DPG, Doghouse Radio.
DPG.
dog down.
Activity. Doghouse Radio.
DPG.
Bang activity. Hey, come on, homie, let's bang.
Let's jam.
What up?
Let's jam. Cali is active. We bang. Let's jam. Let's jam. Cali is active. Let's jam. Let's jam. Cali is active. We bang. Let's jam. Let's jam. Cali is active.
This your boy reporting live.
Telephone checker, swinging sword lecture, closing down the sector, supreme neck protector. Better want him, kid, Mr. Mepsa. Ballin' pop, about to blow his lid from the pressure. Too hot for TV, for cheesy. Too many wanna be hard, be easy. It's all in together, going all out together. It don't take much to please me. Still, homes are never satisfied like the Stones. We don't condone fighting, see them selling crossbones. Protecting what I'm writing, don't clash with the Titan who blast with a license to kill rap recitants. Come on, in the zone with your nigga from the group home to Cal.
Fuck your lifestyle.
Put your lights out, get this shit to crackin', got you feeling with your pipes out. Time for some action. Surfing the avenue, mad at you, where I used to battle cruise. Back when Antoinette had that attitude. Cover me, I'm going in. Walls closing in. Got us busting off these pistols. My niggas got issues again. Same song, armed with the mega bomb. Blow you out the frame, then I'm gone.
Yo, I was going too, but we roam. Cellular phones, dot map, back in the flesh, blood and bones, don't condone. Spin bank loans and homegrown. Suckers break like turbo and ozone. When I grab the broom, moonwalk, platoon hawk, my goons bark, leave you in the blue lagoon lost. True. B9's in the club with Masu, D9 in the glove, right behind on the boss. Haters don't touch, way is both up. Now my neighbor doped up, got the cable hooked up. All channels, lift my shirt, all mammal. You ship off keys and we ship grand piano. Sword off shotgun, hand on the pump, sipping on the 40, smoking on the blood. Bust my gun, red and map, didn't jump. La 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 la. Yeah. Come on, red and map, didn't jump. La 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 la.
Somebody hit me the other day for a rendezvous with the bitch that fucked the goodie and the dungeon crew. Let's say her name is Susie Screw, cause she screwed a lot, making a nigga hit that chunk at legitimate spots. Not no parks, back seats, and things of that nature. Had to hate your player. I'm digging the hoe down, never said I paid her. Straight later, slayed the bitch like Darth Vader. Made her from College Park and Fed, all the way down to Decatur, like Jada. Her whip was sharp and sporty, that was shouty. Safe as a snake on eggs in a Beamer 840. It's foggy. I went to the crib to call her, but she lost me. My baby mama beat me. 7 o'clock is gonna cost me, but I still wanna cut her though. Maybe she had to work. I called her in the mall, women a real tight skirt. She was fine as fuck. I wanted to sex the hoe up. She said, let's hit the parking lot so I can sick your duck. I say, cool. I really wanted to cut you, but this will do. I gotta pick up my daughter, plus my baby mama beat me too. She said she understood and everything was kosher. I gave her a Lil Will CD and a fucking poster. It's like that now.
It's like that now. You better go get the hump about your bag now. It's about 4, 5 cats off in my leg now. We just shoot game in the form of story raps now. It's like that now. It's like that now.
Now Susie's crew had a partner named Sasha Thumper. I remember her number like the summer when her and Susie, yeah, they threw a slumber party, but you cannot call it that cause it was slumber. Well, it was more like spending the night, 3 in the morning, yawning, dancing under street lights. We chilling like a villain and a nigga feeling right in the middle of the ghetto on the curb, but despite all of the bullshit, we on our back staring at the stars above, talking about what we gon' be when we grow up. I say, what you wanna be? She said, alive. It made me think for a minute, then looked in her eyes. I could've died. Time went on, I got grown, rhyme got strong, mine got blown. I came back home to find little Sasha was gone. Her mama said she would a nigga that be treating her wrong. I kept on singing my song and hoping at a show that I would one day see her standing in the front row. But 2 weeks later she got found in the back of a school with a needle in her arm, baby, 2 months due. Sasha Thumper.
It's like that now. You better go get the hump about your bag now. It's about 4, 5 cats off in my leg now. We just shoot game in the form of story raps now. It's like that now. It's like that now.
Throwing things, yelling in a mad high pitch. Here we go again with this psychopath bitch. The neighbors will hear you, you misfit. Can't disagree with the bitch without this shit. The price we paid to fuck women. The most pretty bitch got this psycho shit within them. Stuck up. Soon as I pop up and see me with the next, she wanna tear the fucking club up. Check her pants, a number confirming. Learn more than just shit to dump sperm in. And you know, probably get custified, back slap miss while she busy trying to justify who cheated first.
Rick, what would I want with this small chain wearing motherfucker trying to front?
I ought to cut her off, let another soothe me. But I don't know, ordinary bitch don't move me. I mean, I try to fall in love with the bitty, but straight up just be with the bitch out of pity. So although I know pretty bitch shady, here I go trying to change a hoe into a lady. Know what I mean?
It's like that now. You better go get the hump about your bag now. It's about 4, 5 cats off in my leg now. We just shoot game in the form of story raps now. It's like that now. It's like that now. It's like that now. You better formal story raps now. It's like that now. It's like that now. It's like that now. You better go and get the hoe up out your bag now. It's about 4, 5 cats off in my lag now.
Alright. Peace and Black Power family. It's your boy Psychopath and your girl Renee. Black at you. Know what I mean? With another RBG pill show. What's really hood out there, family? You know what I mean? Yeah, we here. We here early. I see y'all saying, yeah, y'all early today. Yeah, we early. Renee about it today, boy. So we was like, fuck it, let's do it early. You know what I mean? So we here. But let's make sure y'all can hear me clear. Let me get some shout outs out there while I'm waiting for my ones before we get started. Let's see. Shout out to Rashid. Shout out to Producer Hack. Shout out to Miss Yum Yum was good, sis. Keeping it plain. Unsunken one. Let's see. Nisi was good. Kyle, what's up? Pookie was good. Zadugu. RP. Tut, what's going on? Let's see, who else? Am I missing anybody? Asia Baz, Avron, and everybody else out there might be listening. Slide through and listen to the playback. What's really hood? Okay, y'all, we good? Okay, Stephanie, what's good? I don't know if I missed you or not. Yeah, but what's going on, Renee? How you today?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm all right. You know what I mean? Just trying to get everything together for the show. Hopefully I didn't forget nothing. I think I got everything. But we good.
But yeah, peace everybody. Peace to the chat. Peace to everybody listening. Everybody who will listen. As per usual, I like to tell y'all we appreciate y'all. If you can, please share the show. But what I know you can do is hit the like button or the dislike, whatever. It's engagement, you feel me? So that helps the channel. So do what you got to do.
We're supposed to wait for the dislikes to the end of the show. But
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So for now, y'all like the show. For now. But yeah. So we got 2 pretty big stories. Well, especially one. The second story is kind of like, we're going to delve into that a little bit. And it's definitely an important story. It's always an important story, an important figure. But yeah, we're going to get to this first story, our major story that we're going to deal with today. And it's got to be dealt with. So we're going to go ahead and get into it. So I'm pretty sure y'all saw the thumbnail. You saw the title. So we're going to be talking about reparations. We're going to be talking about this HR 40 congressional hearing that just happened. Man, we got some things to say on that. Psycho's going to play a couple of clips on that. I think I am going to go ahead and open up, though, with this article first. And I'm going to go ahead and get into this article first, just so we can kind of get up to speed and go from there. But yeah, so this article comes from ABC News. Excuse me. After racial unrest across the U.S., Congress takes another look at reparations. After the Civil War, formerly enslaved families were promised by Union leadership 40 acres and a mule. The offer was never fulfilled, yet a reminder to the centuries-old promise that has remained in Congress for decades is H.R. 40, the Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposals for African Americans Act. The bill has been introduced in every legislation session since 1989, and nearly 2 years since the last hearing on H.R. 40. The bill and the idea of reparations received a new spotlight in Washington on Wednesday during a House Judiciary Subcommittee hearing. Okay. So it was a House Judiciary Subcommittee hearing. Okay. So H.R. 40's lead sponsor, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee from Texas, told ABC News on Tuesday the subcommittee on the Constitution, Civil Rights, and Civil Liberties hearing will, quote, not be a hearing of anger and anguish. It will be a factual hearing. The witnesses come with facts. United Nations will be there and indicate that reparations is an international concept of healing, repairing, and restoring. Pay attention to that. Pay attention to that because I want to touch back on that. All right, y'all. So the bill seeks to establish a commission to study, quote, and consider a national apology and proposal for reparations for the institution of slavery, its subsequent de jure and de facto racial and economic discrimination against African Americans, and the impact of these forces on living African Americans, to make recommendations to the Congress on the appropriate remedies and for other purposes, according to H.R. 40's text. Interesting. We're going to come back to that too. Since the last time a hearing was held on H.R. 40 in 2019, Speaker Nancy Pelosi has publicly announced her support for reparations. Jackson Lee notes that H.R. 40 has garnered the support of 170 members of Congress and 300 organizations, including the U.S. Conference of Mayors, NAACP, and ACLU. However, in the 3 decades since the bill was first introduced, it has yet to reach the House floor for a vote. Wow. Jackson Lee told ABC News, "We're determined to take this through markup, which is a procedural process that we utilize in Congress, as you all know, and then to the floor, and then we want to get into the United States Senate." Lord, sorry, y'all. Yeah, we gonna get back to it. During the 3-hour hearing, freshman Representative Burgess Owens of Utah, whose great-grandfather was a slave, testified against the bill, saying, I had to clear my throat, I'm sorry, y'all. Reparations is not the way to right our country's wrong. Let me repeat that again, because I had to clear my throat, and I want y'all to hear this. I really want y'all to hear this. During the 3-hour hearing, freshman Representative Burgess Owens of Utah, whose great-grandfather was a slave, testified against the bill, saying reparations is not the way to right our country's wrong. Jackson Lee later responded to Owens, saying that the bill is an effort to, quote, study, but it is also to develop reparation proposals. Now we come from a community, a race of people that have been known as overcomers. We shall overcome. We have overcome. Mr. Owens has eloquently spoken of the overcomers. We're successful. We believe in determination, and we believe in overcoming the many bad balls that we have been thrown. We've caught them, and we've kept on going. Horrible response. Anyway, now that there has been a hearing, H.R. 40 will need to be passed through the House Judiciary Committee. If it is passed there, the House can begin debate on the bill. On Wednesday at a White House press briefing, Press Secretary Jean Psaki, reiterated that President Joe Biden supported the study of reparations. However, when asked if he would support a bill on reparations Psaki said, we'll see what happens through the legislative process. So, if y'all didn't catch that, okay, Joe Biden said he supported the bill to study reparations, but when they asked his press secretary on whether he would support an actual bill on reparations, her response was, we'll see what happens through the legislative process. All right. Okay, let's continue on. Asked if Biden supports an executive order on the study of reparations, Psaki, whatever her name is, told reporters it would be up to him. He has executive order authority. He will certainly support a study, and we'll see where Congress moves on that issue. Damn. But they can come out and say, well, he's supporting the LGBT bill, this, and that. They have no hesitation there on an immigrant situation. No hesitation there, right? She noted that the president had issued several executive orders on racial inequality. That's a broad, like, what does that even mean? We don't need a study to take action right now on systemic racism. So he wants to take actions within his own government in the meantime. More BS. Outside of Congress, many local and state governments and universities across the country have acknowledged their role in the slave trade and are exploring ways to address the issue. Evansville, Illinois in 2019 held the first of several meetings to gather community opinions on the issue of reparations. Oh, Lord. The city would later adopt a resolution to create a, quote, reparations fund as a part of the city budget to use tax revenue collected from the sales of recreational marijuana to support reparations in the city, honey. Y'all, so they getting the weed money. Additionally, the fund also allowed for private contributions. In the first phase of reparations, the city is giving up to $25,000 toward home ownership for Evanston residents and their direct descendants who suffered housing discrimination between 1919 and 1969. But how would that even be determined? Like, man, anyway. In 2020, California passed a law to create a task force aimed at studying and making recommendations for reparations for Black Americans. In North Carolina, several municipalities and local governments have apologized for slavery and segregation while focusing their efforts on prioritizing racial equity. The Asheville, North Carolina City Council voted unanimously last year to apologize for its role in slavery, vowing to provide reparations to Black descendants through investments in an effort to fix disparities facing Black residents. More BS. All right, hundreds of years of Black blood spilled that basically fills the cup we drink from today. One of the lead sponsors of the bill, City Councilman Keith Young, said in 2020, it is simply not enough to remove statues. Black people in this country are dealing with issues that are systemic in nature. University of Connecticut professor Thomas Kramer has studied the topic of race and reparations for over 15 years. Kramer published a paper in 2015 estimating that the cost of slavery and loss of wealth through slavery cost a conservative estimate of $14.5 trillion through 2009, which didn't account for inflation. Wow. His study also didn't account for colonial slavery or the loss of wealth due to discrimination after slavery. He said the recent stimulus checks might be the blueprint for how reparations could be doled out. The experience of trillions of dollars being sent to people's homes through the tax system might be an example of how this could be done fairly easily, Kramer said. Kramer said he supports H.R. 40, but thinks since the bill's first introduction, a great deal of research into reparations has been done. I mean, look at what he studied. Anyway, he said the focus should now be on providing some reparations in addition to setting up a commission to do further research. Some other critics of H.R. 40 say that with the COVID-19 relief package still under debate, the effort for reparations should wait, y'all. Jackson Lee, a member of the House Budget Committee, said she will push for the $1.9 trillion relief bill and for the $15 an hour minimum wage. At the same time, she's fighting for H.R. 40. Now that I support her saying. We can't wait. I also joined with the Biden administration that says we can do many things at once, she told ABC News. That's right, use his own words against them. Jackson Lee notes HR 40 is an international legal concept. It's not something we've created here. It deals with restorative and repair, which is needed in this situation. I think in 2021, we want to isolate white supremacy, white racism, domestic terrorism. We want to look at each other as our fellow brothers and sisters, and as have been said to the ages, our fellow Americans. I want HR 40 to be in the minds and hearts about fellow Americans. Pass it and quickly get it signed by the President of the United States, the Texas Congresswoman said. Good luck on that. Good luck on that. Okay, y'all. So that was the article. I think Psycho probably now before we actually go in. I don't know. Did you want to say something, Psycho, before we maybe go into the? I guess.
I mean, we can. You want to touch on what you just heard before we get into the other part of this?
Yeah, and then I'll kind of okay. But just to touch on this article, you know, and it was a couple of things, you know, that I said pay attention to, you know. First and foremost, HR 40 is a study, right? How long do you need to study reparations? Like, I'm unfamiliar with.
You there, Renee? Okay, I don't know what happened, Renee. Renee, if you can hear me, your sound is gone. But yeah, I'll go ahead and talk until Renee gets back. I'm not sure what's going on, and she having technical issues. But yeah, you know, this whole like Renee was just saying, or was about to say, HR 40 is a study, right? It's a study that's been going on for quite some time, and you know, I'm still a little bit confused what the fuck they're still studying. I mean, they shouldn't need this much time to get their study on as far as what's owed to black people and how payment should be given out as far as tax breaks, land that may be owed, money, scholarships. It's all types of shit these motherfuckers owe us. The way I see it, I don't feel like I don't think it's possible for us to ask for too much. You know, I think ultimately we fuck asking, telling these motherfuckers what's owed to us. I don't even like using the word ask. Yeah, right? Because we're demanding that they pay us because they owe us, right? And when you're owed something, you don't ask for it, you demand that they pay it, right? And I'm demanding payments, and I'm demanding a lot of payments. I'm demanding that they pay for all the motherfucking mental anguish and everything else that's passed on through all the generations and everything else. And Renee read a part in the article where I'm waiting for her to come back right now, but she read a part in the article where dude was like, you know, reparations is basically, you know, something that is, you know, that can't be damn, I lost my train of thought looking at my phone. I apologize, family. I don't know what the fuck's going on right now. I'm trying to get Renee back up in here. I apologize. But I just lost my train of thought. But I know they said something about the town that's supposed to be getting reparations, right? A town supposed to be getting reparations. And I read somewhere in the chat, I believe it was RP, has said that in order for these family members, in order for them to get reparations, they have to be living in that town or be a resident since I believe she said like the 1900s or something like that. And I was starting to try to look into it, but I didn't get a chance to do a whole lot of research just now. But yeah, that's if that's true. And you know, you gotta prove that you have residents of that family dating back to the 1900s. Some people could probably do it, but that's even if they can do it. And you know, a lot of these isolated towns, they not too good with keeping up with the records, right? There's a lot of oral history that goes on now, unless you was a family that's been around in that town for X amount of years. and it's widely known that you was there, that's going to be, kind of hard for some people to prove, and that's only one town. So I got issues with that, and I wish I had grabbed that one clip where they had a Japanese lady at the hearing, right? We're going to get into the people that actually spoke at the hearing, but there was a Japanese lady at the hearing, and I was actually shocked that she was up there saying what she was saying, but she actually was saying things that we've been saying over here for the longest, which is, it's pathetic that black people are still waiting for reparations even after her ancestors back in 1988 got reparations for World War II. But yet black people are still here asking for reparations, and they have been asking for reparations. This ain't something new. They've been asking for this for over a century. So she was talking about how her ancestors, the stuff they went through, and how they got reparations for the stuff that they did, and how horrific their ancestors said their experiences was and everything. So she said, I can't even imagine the stories that black people ancestors have if they were still alive to say their stories. So I was like, this is sad that we got a Japanese lady up on here supporting reparations for black people, saying the same shit we motherfuckers say, and I hear black people back there pushing back when I motherfuckers say these talking points. When I use these talking points, I get motherfucking pushback. I get a bunch of Negroes talking about handouts and stupid ass shit like that. Right? But yet this Japanese lady, she emphasized that when her people was protesting and demanding reparations and everything else, they didn't view it as a fucking handout. Not at one time did they view it as a handout. They didn't have no Japanese motherfuckers running up in their live chats saying, I don't want no fucking handouts. They didn't have no Japanese motherfuckers getting their asses on panels, making live streams and videos, getting on Zoom meetings with politicians, writing books, being pundits on fucking news stations, talking they coon ass motherfucking anti-reparations handout shit, talking they bullshit. No, they got on fucking code and got they fucking reparations. Us? Nah, we gotta fight our own motherfucking people first. Before we even get to demanding any motherfucking thing, we gotta fight our own fucking people first. A bunch of I got mines, you better get yours ass Negroes. Conformists. Pick yourself up by the bootstraps ass Negroes. Right? This is the type of shit we gotta deal with. Okay, we got Renee back. Renee, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Remember I told you my internet yesterday was like going in and out. I don't know what's going on. So I had to like hardwire it. So if by chance, if I do drop off, I'll be right back. So I don't know if they working on something over here the past couple of days or not. But anywho,
you go ahead and get finished up where you was at.
All right. So yeah, just to address that article though. So first and foremost, it's a study, like I was saying, and it's not saying anything will happen. It's not saying anything will come of it. It's simply saying if we were to do it, not saying we will do it, but if maybe we were to do it, how will we do it? how will we go about doing it? What types of things, in what manner, what way would we provide reparations? Okay. And so that's absolutely nothing. That's a nothing burger. I don't recall, and maybe I can look further into this, but I don't recall there having to be an extensive period of time for reparations to be studied for other groups to get reparations. I'm just not aware of that on any level. And we're talking about Black people having been out of slavery, quote unquote, technically, like what, about 160 years, give or take? And it's coming up on 160 years. And why are we still dealing with this? This should have been out the way a long time ago, you know, and we know that, you know, through Lincoln, it was supposed to be the 40 acres and a mule situation. He got assassinated, and the new president said ixnay on that, and that's that on that. However, we've had ages of time since then. America's been able to do a whole lot of things. America's been able to help all of these other groups of people. And you mean to tell me we're still at a stage in 2021 of just trying to get this pushed through so they can study it? Like, all of this stuff being done is still just to get it approved to be studied. That shows you where Black people are at. And the article talks about, you know, it says that the title of the article is talking about because of all the unrest that happened over the last summer and whatnot, reparations is getting a new look. But that's all it is. It's a look, essentially. Now, Biden had already said, you know, the chick spoke for Biden and said, well, you know, we'll see how Congress goes. We'll see. But he approves a study. If that's not a slap in the face to Black people, and let's understand this, let's be clear. Biden is going to draw things out, whatever he can, as long as possible. Because he knows with his old ass, excuse my French, with his old ass, he's going to do one term. He's going to do one term. So within that term, he doesn't have to keep any promises. We've already talked about this. Him supposedly meeting with Ice Cube and whatever else is going on. He's already got the job. He's in the door. He don't have to do nothing else anymore. He ain't got nothing else to do. He's already secured the position, period. He's president. So he does not have to appeal to Black people anymore. And he's old as hell, so this is a one-shot deal. It's a wrap. So again, this idea that, you know, they're trying to appease Black people, right? They're trying to make us feel like, oh, something is really possible. Come on, y'all. Now, I will say, you know, that there has been pressure placed by Black people. It's been pressure put on them, you know, going back to Yvette and Tone, shout out to them, and a lot of the things that they did as far as establishing, you know, ADOS. A lot of people talk bad about it. But you had these other groups in Cobra or whatnot, and these other groups who were supposed to be doing whatever. They've been doing this for years, y'all. In the article I read, it said what? It's been sitting out there since 1989? Since 1989? So this pressure they're feeling is because of ADOS. It's because of the internet and social media and a lot of the pressure that's been put out there. It's because of, yes, you know, more social unrest and different things like that. But again, at the very same time, they know how to play games. They are excellent at playing games, and they're using a study in order to do it. Because we're going to be studying so long till Black people are phased out, because we done mixed ourselves down so much. We done, you know, melded in with white people so much and other groups of people. So it's like, okay, well, what now? So I'll let Psycho go ahead and get to, and let me just say this too. When you hear people like, for instance, Nancy Pelosi, who was saying, you know, she's for reparations. Let's be clear. People will come up with all of these different ideals of reparations. So when she says she's for reparations, That simply can mean, well, I'm for more black schools being built or something like that. That doesn't mean that she's for the money that's due. It doesn't mean that she's for the money and the resources and the tax break that's due. It doesn't mean she's for all of that. She could just come up with some concept of her own of what she thinks will be supposedly beneficial to the black community, and she's calling that reparations, and she's saying she supports that. So don't be disillusioned by these people, these other politicians who say that they're for reparations. No, they're for their own ideas they conjure up in their mind that are supposed to be for black people. And in the article, when it talks about, different cities or whatnot, it talked about in Illinois, it talked about other places. And I know in California, they have something going on out there too. But in terms of that, like, they're going to give money in Illinois, they're going to give money to people who basically were affected by redlining from 1919 and 1939. 1969. Who can, like, what? Like, who's proving that? And that's going to be a limited scope of people, because you already had a lot of black folk during that time who were not even able to pursue buying homes anyway. So how does that whole thing work? It's just more BS. But go ahead, Psycho. Was you trying to say something? Or you were going to start saying that?
I'm good. I got out a lot right there while you was coming back, so we can go ahead and keep going to the other thing, because I had caught I was going somewhere. You had read something about one of the dudes that said something, and I lost train of thought. But anyway, old boy from Utah. What he had said again?
He said, because I told y'all to hold on to that. It says, during the 3-hour hearing, freshman Representative Burgess Owens of Utah, he's a Republican from Utah, whose great-grandfather was a slave, testified against the bill, saying, quote, reparations is not the way to right our country's wrong.
Okay, no, that wasn't the guy then. It was somebody else. All right. The guy I was talking about, I actually agree with. I don't agree with that crap. But yeah, all right, don't worry about it. Okay. Yeah. We gonna get into all that anyway. But so what you want? Which part you want to do now?
Go ahead and get to. Okay, I'll go ahead and intro. Herschel Walker. Do you want to go there?
Yeah, we can go there. Sure.
All right. So yeah. So in this hearing or whatnot, you had people who were in support of reparations and people who were detractors. You had, like I just said, old boy from Utah. But you had people like Herschel Walker, who Psycho can tell you more about who he is, but a former NFL player. Suffering, I'm sure, from CTE. They got his CTE ass up there, supposedly speaking for black people. And he's speaking against reparations. We know that he spoke at the Republican National Convention last year on behalf of Trump, of course. We know that Trump keeps him in his little pocket. And that's one of his Negroes that he rolls out. We know Herman Cain, he passed away from COVID. So he's got other little Negroes that he goes to, that he rolls out, that he trots out. Especially considering that Trump, excuse my French, called black NFL players mothers bitches when he called them sons of bitches. So he uses Herschel Walker as like his little shield, his little puppet or whatnot. And that's supposed to represent, he's not racist. So Herschel Walker has to make sure he toes the line. He has to make sure that he speaks out to stay in the good graces of Trump and of other, white supremacists. But yeah, I'll throw the Psycho.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go ahead and just play the clip, and then I'm going to go ahead and respond afterwards. And, like Renee said, this is Herschel Walker, who's a notorious trumpet. He actually, former football player. He played with Georgia legendary college football player for the University of Georgia Bulldogs in the early 80s, legendary football player, and he came up during a time where you was not allowed to leave the NFL until you wasn't allowed to leave early in college and go to the NFL. You couldn't leave after your junior year and join the NFL in the early 80s. You had to stay all 4 years in college. Well, Hershey Walker wanted to buck the system. And there was a new football league that was forming at the time called the USFL. And the USFL was a splinter, up-and-coming professional football league that was being formed. They kind of practiced spring football, like so people can have football to still watch after the Super Bowl. That's initially how it was panned out to be, and they was going to play spring football for X amount of time, hopefully get enough buzz to where they could possibly force a merger with the NFL and some of their teams could actually join the league, right? That was the initial goal. And one of these teams named the New Jersey Generals wanted to draft Hershey Walker because Hershey Walker was in college. Hershey Walker said he don't want to come back for his senior year. He was a Heisman Trophy winner, everything else, hands down #1 pick if he came out, but the NFL wouldn't take him because he was still a junior. So what happened was he said he only wanted to play in New York, LA, or Dallas, right? Now, the USFL was willing to let him play wherever the fuck he wanted to play. They was going finagle the bagel and let him play wherever he wanted to play. He wanted to play in the biggest media market. So, the New Jersey Generals is right there. They played in Giant Stadium, the old Giant Stadium. So they right there, right across the bridge, the tunnel, right across on the other side of the tunnel from New York. So, at the end of the day, so he ended up going up there playing for the New Jersey Generals, who was owned by, I forgot who they was owned by initially the first season, but after the first season of their existence, some businessman from Atlantic City by the name of Donald J. Trump decided he wanted to get into the sports business, right? He wanted to get his feet wet in sports. He decided to buy the New Jersey Generals. And this is where Donald Trump and Hershey Walker's relationship began, right? We talking like 84, 85, right? So they've been cool for over 30 years, right? So I just need to just put all that out there. I ain't gonna get too much deep into his career because I don't want to bore y'all to tears. It's very interesting though. He's also a part of the most infamous trade in NFL history as well. That I don't want to talk about because that's going to get me pissed off because I'm a Redskin fan and I don't really want to talk about that shit. So anyways, I want to show y'all this weirdo who, for some strange reason, was invited to this motherfucking HR 40 hearing. Actually, it's not really a strange reason. We already know why he's invited. But we're going to go ahead and play what he had to say so, we can get deeper into it. We're going to break all this bullshit down. So let's get to Hershey Walker, shall we? Okay, let's go.
This opportunity to speak on reparations, which has been spoken about many times over my lifetime, but over the past year has become a hot topic. I asked the question, why? There's been many surveys show that a large percentage of black and white teens would say racism is better today than yesterday. We use black power to create white guilt. My approach is biblical. How can I ask my Heavenly Father to forgive me if I can't forgive my brother? I never want to put anyone's religion down, but my religion teaches togetherness. Reparation teaches separation. Slavery ended over 130 years ago.
I'm back.
How can a father be asked his son to spend prison time for a crime he committed? In the case we speak of, we're researching farther back in history, a history many are not taught or spoken about in school. America is the greatest country in the world to me, a melting pot of a lot of great races, a lot of great minds that have come together with different ideas to make America the greatest country on earth. Many have died trying to get into America. No one is dying trying to get out. Reparation. Where will the money come from? Does it come for all the other races except the black taxpayers? Who is black? What percentage of black must you be to receive reparation? Do you go to 23andMe or a DNA test to determine the percentage of blackness? Some American ancestors just came to this country 80 years ago. Their ancestor wasn't even here during slavery. Some black immigrants weren't here during slavery, nor their ancestors. Some states didn't even have slavery. We as black Americans have always wanted what the Constitution stated: all men, black, white, and today Latino, Asian, Italian, etc., should be guaranteed the alienability rights of life, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness. Years later, after slavery ended, Dr. King, I Have a Dream speech, said, the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation was a great beacon of light, but hundreds of years later, we're still not free because of segregation and discrimination. Today, I call that reparation. I asked my mom, who is in her mid-80s, her thought on reparation. Her words, I do not believe in reparation. Who is the money going to go to? Has anyone thought about paying the families who lost someone in the Civil War, who fought for their freedom? Your dad and I taught you, speaking of me, to provide for you and your family through a good education and hard work. If you give a man a fish, you feed him a day. You teach him to fish, you feed him a lifetime. Reparation is only feeding you for a day. It's removing the sign of for whites only, replacing the sign for no education here. Black America is asking for a hand up, not a hand out. Another big question, who is the guilty party? Should we start at the beginning, where African Americans sold the African American ancestors into slavery, and to a slave trader who eventually sold the African American ancestors to slave owners? The slave owners who had no success and no luck trying to make a Native American whose land they took become their slave because the Native American ran away. Well, they thought it was fine then to use African American who didn't know the country, didn't know the language, didn't know the religion, and they didn't run away. So I asked, why reparation? Well, slavery is because to the year 2021, still talking about reparation, not equal education, not to compare a game to a horrible period in my life, but as I fought shoulder and shoulder with my fellow football brothers of other races, I saw struggles they were encountering the same as I. And I heard them speak to their parents of problems my family were dealing with as well. If a black player would have been given something different than any other player, it would have created problems within the team, separation and division. Ezekiel 18:20, the righteousness of the right shall be upon him. The son shall not suffer for the crime of the father, nor the father suffer the crime of the son, unless either father or son know beforehand the father or son was a criminal. To help any race, provide them with a good quality education and help incentivize through opportunities with responsibilities, which helps generations in the future. If reparation is a fee or a correction for a terrible sin of slave owners, government, and others, but we punish the non-guilty party, is it not creating division or separation with different races? I feel it continues to let us know we're still African American rather than just American. Reparation or atonement is outside the teaching of Jesus Christ, who you are teaching, who will not be teaching the word of God. So I speak back.
Oh, fuck, that was hard to listen to. Oh, man, that was hard to listen to. Yo, Yo, you know what? You know the funny part about that is, family? That motherfucker's bandwidth needs some fucking reparations. His bandwidth needs some fucking reparations. How the fuck are you how the fuck you got all this fucking money? You sitting up here flossing and shit. You know what I mean? All up on your motherfucking mansion and shit. With your spiral staircase, your chandelier, your motherfucking fireplace in the back. With your motherfucking Becky back there all posted up under that shit. Oh, y'all peep that, right? Y'all peep that, right?
Why you steal my thunder? But go ahead. I was gonna go in on that. Go.
Yeah, but that motherfucker, like, he sit up here talking down on everybody, all like, yeah, this, that. And motherfucker, your goddamn bandwidth don't need, your bandwidth needs reparations. You cheap motherfucker. Get some high-speed internet, motherfucker. The hell is embarrassing? Tell your motherfucking modem to pick itself up by its wires and get you some better bandwidth. The hell is wrong with you, man? Talking to the U.S. Congress over here. You up here borging. It's embarrassing. What are you doing to yourself? Talking about you don't need nothing. Yeah, you do, motherfucker. Motherfucker, you need to get the fuck off that dial-up. The fuck you need to do. Anyways, this motherfucker, y'all know this thing. See, I gotta touch on this. Outside the obvious bullshit he was fucking reading that was obviously written for him because that dumb motherfucker can't write shit. You barely spell his own fucking name. Stupid motherfucker. Know what I mean? Like, this motherfucker said, outside that bullshit, I want y'all to peep something, family, with this motherfucking weirdo. Notice how many times he kept referencing that book of fucking excuses. I want y'all to peep, because y'all always say I be tripping. Like, motherfuckers don't use that book of excuses to try to cover up all their coonery and buffoonery. Immediately start talking about the Heavenly Father. Talk about the sins of the Father can't be passed down to the Son and blah, 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 all this other little bullshit. Go fuck yourself. That's a lie. That's a lie. That only applies to your book of excuses. Go fuck yourself. We all suffer from the sins of our fucking fathers. The hell is you talking about? How you think stereotypes are motherfucking created? The hell is wrong with you? A motherfucker go out in Chicago right now and shoot up 3 motherfuckers over the fucking weekend. All black people did that shit. What the fuck is you talking about? Hell is you talking about? Our kids did that shit. Our grandkids did that shit. The motherfuckers we even got. What do you mean? You know what? Suffer the sins of the father. What, did you say that when the Native Americans get their fucking reparations every other week, it seemed like? Did you say that with the Japanese in 1988 when you was making millions of dollars down in fucking Dallas about to get traded? Did you say it then? Did you go to the U.S. Congress talking shit then? Did you try to cop block they motherfucking check? Let me know. You sitting up here with that nasty, you sitting up here with this dumb bird on your motherfucking background talking crazy. Look at this shit. Her big ass can't even go to the fucking, she looking big as hell back there too. Her big ass can't even go to the fucking the sauna to try to sweat that blubber away that she gained over the fucking over the COVID fucking shit. Now she's gonna sit her big ass in front of the fireplace trying to sweat all that pork out while you over here popping off with your Walmart Becky. The hell is going on over here? Look at this motherfucker. Cooning and buffooning. Knowing Donald Trump told him to do this shit. Y'all motherfuckers is nutty. There's always some coon ass Negroes. He wasn't the only one. We gonna get into all of them. But I'm gonna go ahead and pass the mic and let Renee get in on this motherfucker. Go ahead, Renee.
All right, yeah, you was on point. And yeah, so you see he had his overseer back there, right? Because at multiple times, you know, she stopped and looked over. Now, while she back there on the internet, you see he's having this little thing. Get your ass from behind there. Go upstairs or wherever else you need to be. But she wanted to be right there to oversee everything that he said. Now, I said earlier that, you know, I call him CTE or whatever. But it is very true and well documented that he had mental health issues. That's actually what led his first wife, white of course, to divorce him. It was said that Walker was later diagnosed after they got married. Divorced. She said he was too unstable mentally. Walker was later diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder or multiple personality disorder. He's got multiple personalities, y'all. I'm not playing. The mental illness severely impacted Walker and reportedly even resulted in him trying to kill both Grossman and himself on multiple occasions. Walker has since received proper medical treatment for his disorder, supposedly, and published a book titled Breaking Free: My Life with Dissociative Identity Disorder. So you talking about somebody with multiple personalities. So this is the coon personality? That coon would be around a lot, honey. That coon would take up most of the time, clearly. So oftentimes, you know, and I'm not trying to, you know, attack anybody or whatever, because mental health and all of that is very important, especially in the Black community. But oftentimes when people, you know, get into those types of issues or have those types of issues mentally, that can cause people to a lot of times be very religious or overly religious. And like Psycho said, he constantly was bringing up the Bible, right? And giving scriptures and all of this kind of stuff. And that's somehow supposed to stir the teacup for Black people. We talk about that all the time. He used all the teacup tactics. He used the Bible and he used Martin Luther King. And when you say that, that's supposed to, then he uses 80-some-year-old mother, right? That's supposed to, make people think of Big Mama or respecting the elders. And because your mama's 80, listen, I told Psycho the other day, he was cracking up. I ain't trying to be funny, right? Like, I definitely respect elders. Like, I was raised to do that 100%. But see, you the one that gotta respect your mama. What your mama say. You gotta respect what your mama say. I don't have to respect what she say. And just because your 80-some-year-old mother told you that she don't support reparations, what does that mean to me? What does that mean to tens of millions of Black people because your 80-some-year-old mama said no? I don't care. Straight like that. I'm sorry. Straight like that. What does it have to do with anything? So let me hit on a couple of points that I guess he called himself making. You know, he definitely started off crazy. I don't know if y'all heard or paid attention, but the first thing he started off with was Black and white teens. Black and white teenagers. And the Black teenagers say that racism don't really impact their world. Listen here. Okay. Why in the hell are you going to look to some damn teenagers for them to somehow represent how Black people feel in terms of racism, how Black people feel in terms of reparations, because some Black teenagers, and wherever you got these teenagers from, we don't know who it was, how many it was, where they lived. We don't know none of that. You're just saying this. What study did you get this from? But anywho, teenagers tend to have a very, idealist view anyway. They're very idealistic. They're very much so like, oh no, things are great. That's part of being young a lot of times. And you also don't yet understand the intricacies and the layers of racism, white supremacy. So you may not necessarily be hip to what certain teachers are doing or what certain students are doing or saying and what other people around you. You may excuse it. You may brush it off. You may just kind of deny it. So how are you using teenagers to represent a conversation on real systemic issues and a legacy of slavery? Really? Like, this is a person who's up here talking. Like, this is who y'all let talk. This is who y'all let, even if he is against it, this who y'all let up? Like, that was just ridiculous. All right. So he said something about people dying to get in here. Ain't nobody dying to get out. First and foremost, again, what does that have to do with anything? Black people did not have a choice, honey. Our people were kidnapped and brought to a new land. Like you said, quote unquote, we couldn't just run away. So what are you even talking about? Like, go talk to the Mexicans or whoever is doing the most trying to get in here. And other people are trying to get in here because they know they still have leverage over quote unquote African Americans anyway. They know it's the Black people that's going to be at the bottom. And even if they are Black people from other cultures, they have a better chance because those people are mostly going to be vetted anyway. So what are you even talking about? Then here's the thing. This is a typical white supremacist talking point. This is a typical thing that they try to say, right? They try to throw things in there. Well, who's going to pay for it? The United States government? I don't know. What do you mean? Like, who's going to pay? What is that supposed to mean?
Exactly.
The government. Like, yeah, the government. And the government got plenty money, honey. When we seen this pandemic happen, boo-boo, and they immediately off rip, that first time around with them stimulus checks, their first $1,200 stimulus checks, that first pandemic package, that came out quick, boo-boo. It came out quick, and they got money to people's bank accounts and money to people's houses fast. That was the ultimate display of what the government can do if they want to do it. If they want to do it. While he's sitting there talking about it's the greatest country in the world. And guess what? According to you, the greatest country, yeah, the greatest country got a lot of money too. They have a lot of wealth. They have a lot of resources. So just as they rolled out the pandemic package, they can roll out a reparations package, period. They got it. And let's also be clear, Black people pay our taxes. We've paid into the system all this time. Since we got out of being enslaved, we've been paying into this system. We've been contributing our money to this system. So what are you talking about? As if all of this time we haven't had to pay taxes. Then they go to that Constitution BS. That Constitution BS. The Constitution don't mean a damn thing to these people. And let's be clear, when the Constitution was originally written, Black folks was in chains. Okay? Let's make that clear. Because I get sick of these Constitution arguments when at the end of the day, they don't uphold that. They don't uphold it. And that is not for Black people. Even when you look in terms of, the Second Amendment, not to get off in the weeds, but just to give an example. And you had who was the brother? Philando Castile. You had the brother that Breonna Taylor's boyfriend. They were legally carrying. Philando Castile got killed. And then the brother who, Breonna Taylor's boyfriend, they locked him up. Just in simple ways like that, simple and small examples that can be given. The Constitution is not really for Black people. We know this. We know it's not. And it had to be amended. And even when it was amended, they still left a clause in there that could legally enslave people, enslave Black people. Let's be clear about it. Through the criminal justice system. Okay? So don't come with the Constitution arguments. Just to run through a couple more of these little things. Where will the money go to? It will go to Black people. I didn't understand that one. When he said his mom is like, well, where will the money go? To Black people?
What? Yes.
Yes, that was so. I mean, you know, again, I respect my elders, but damn, really? If you don't know that, you shouldn't be talking about it. Listen, if you don't know where the money gonna go to, then he shouldn't be asking you nothing. Just let it rest. Mama, just rest. Go lay down, mama. Cause nah. Anyway, so this is the point I want to. I'm gonna talk a little bit about it right now, and then I'm gonna talk about it on this next person. But he did the typical deflection thing, the typical, like, it really has nothing to do with anything. This whole thing when he said, he claims his mom said, you know, we raised y'all to have a good education and work hard. What does that have to do with reparations? Like, cool. What does that have to do with the legacy of slavery? That has nothing to do with anything. See, that goes back to the same old two-step, right? Which is blame the victim blaming that happens to Black people all the time. See, it's not that we've been systematically abused and disenfranchised for hundreds of years, it's that we're lazy. We lazy, y'all. We just stupid and we just dumb and lazy, and we don't want nothing. We don't want nothing. And that's what's keeping us back. And plus, we're killing each other, y'all. It's that same old bullshit. Excuse my French. It's the same old BS that Black people have been fed. And it is nothing but a deflection. It has nothing to do with the price of tea in China. It has no relevance to reparations whatsoever.
Coon alert.
Because just because a Black person may gain, you know, get a good education and quote unquote work hard, whatever that means. I don't even know what work hard means. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Black people been working hard. I don't like what. Because I'm a really dig into that on this next person. So let me pause before I go too deep, because I'm gonna really go deep with that whole hard work bullshit on this next person. But Psycho, I did want to tell you before you play the next clip, and just to sum it up about Herschel Walker, y'all, look at the people who they prop up. Look at the people who they prop up. You got somebody with multiple personalities, a swirler, a coon in Trump's pocket, and he's supposed to come out here and speak down on reparations. And just to point something out real quick to y'all. Now, with this, he's going against the study being done. Like, we're not even to a point where there's been a presentation on this is the reparations that we plan to roll out. Like, this is what we plan to do. This is how much we plan to allocate, et cetera, et cetera. We're nowhere near, like, that ain't even on the horizon, right? This is just about studying how it might be done. And he's already against that. Now, let's be clear. A lot of people, their idea of reparations has nothing to do with money. Their idea might be education. So how is it, if he's talking about we need to get a good education, well, then why would you be against the study of reparations? Nobody got to any dollar amount. Nobody, because that's what the concern is, right? That Black people will get money. That's the whole thing. They don't want Black people getting money. Because like we tell you all the time and for years, a lot of people feel like Black people shouldn't have anything. They feel like we don't deserve anything. We should not have anything. Anything we do have, we have to scrape and scratch for. So ultimately, he's only against this because he doesn't want any money being given to Black people.
Coon alert.
Now, mind you, this is somebody who has money, right? This is somebody who already acquired wealth and is staying wealthy or staying rich or whatever through the means of kissing these white people's behind. So he's telling you, you know, everyday working class Black people, you don't deserve a damn thing. And yeah, I got CTE and multiple personalities out here banging my head around. And at the end of the day, I can't own a football team. But I'm going to tell you, you don't deserve a damn thing. You just need to work harder. That's your problem. You're lazy. So these are the people that they roll out to tell Black people this kind of stuff. And that's the concern, because if he felt that education is of the utmost importance, then why be against the study of reparations? Because that may be something, it definitely should not be all, but that may be something that is proposed. That there's free or majorly reduced amounts to pay for higher education for Black people. So the fact that he's just against it all, that lets you know where these people are really at. Like, these people don't want better for the Black community. Because if you wanted better, why wouldn't you just sit back? Why wouldn't you just let it happen? And you might put your two cents in, like, oh, well, I think education is important. I think we should go in that direction. But he's not even doing that, y'all. He just said hell no to the whole thing. But Psycho, I was going to tell you, I think I know the part you were talking about in that article. And it was from Thomas Kramer, who was a University of Connecticut professor who studied the topic of race and reparations for over 15 years. And he was the one that was saying, basically, essentially, the pandemic situation helped to show how this can be easily done. It can be fairly easily done to get money out to Black people. And he said, Kramer said he supports the HR 40, but thinks since the bill's first introduction, a great deal of research into reparations has been done.
That's what it was.
Yeah. He said the focus should now be on providing some reparations in addition to setting up a commission to do further research. So he said send them checks.
That's what it was. I was saying how, he was saying how, pretty much saying enough with the researching already, right? Like, the research has been done. This has been going on for decades. It shouldn't require that much research. The way we're still talking in 2021 about researching. I mean, NCOPA has been at this since the mid 80s. And people have been studying this before that. So this is ridiculous with this whole study stuff and everything else. It's a deflection tactic. It's a way just to have us chasing the carrot, and chasing our tail, so to speak. Just keep hope alive type of philosophy. We're studying it, and we're just going to continue to study, and we support the study and the study and just studying and stuff. All right, listen. At certain points, if you do all this studying, at certain points you're going to become a fucking scholar, right? We already got reparation scholars already. We don't need no more fucking study. The studying has been done. The plans are out there already. Like many different plans, because many different people have been studying reparations, again, for decades. So all this little studying crap that they keep trying to sell people is bullshit. This shit's already been studied. It's already been studied by multiple individuals, multiple different multiple different entities have studied reparations and how it can be laid out. So all this studying shit, I'm sick of the studying shit. So yes, thank you, Renee. That's exactly what he said. Yes, he was on point. That was the part I was talking about. Thank you. You there, Renee?
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm here. No problem. I was just typing in the chat. But yeah, no problem. But Rasheed made a really good point. Real quick on Herschel Walker. He said he wants to convince us he worked hard academically to get what he has. It was sports.
Exactly.
Hello?
Like, he didn't finish college. I don't know if he went back. I don't know if he went back and got his college degree, but he left school early. He was only there for sports. He wasn't interested in getting his degree. Because at the time, it was illegal for him to leave early. He was the first one that passed the buck and broke the system. So don't get up on here and start preaching this education shit is so important shit now and everything, motherfucker. Go fuck yourself. You left because your family was downtrodden. Because they never got reparations. They was downtrodden. And you wanted to get your moms out the motherfucking hood. Let's keep it a fucking buck. Everybody can't run as fast as you ran, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like, one thing I ain't gonna say, the motherfucker was a hell of an athlete, right? I'll never take that away from him. But he's a goddamn coon. A bitch ass motherfucking Becky loving, swirling ass coon.
Hey, where are the white women at?
Begging for motherfucking master's acceptance. So he can go fuck himself for real. Fuck boy.
He couldn't even read. He couldn't even hardly read from that paper.
Hell no, that cow bitch couldn't read shit. Couldn't hardly read a playbook either. Dumb motherfucker. Stupid motherfucker.
They gonna prop him up. Who put him? Anyway, we can move on to because we about to get it in on this next. So we about to get it in on this next clip. Psycho about to play, honey. I'm about to listen. Okay, we gonna go in. So yeah, y'all. Next up on the coon train, okay, we got Larry Elder, and Larry Elder was on the coon train, if y'all remember. Tariq had him on there, cause he was what about black on black crime? Remember that was Larry Elder. Okay, so we about to dig into him. We gonna play this clip. And y'all, you already know. So, Psycho, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, family. About to get ready to play this clip, and we'll be right back, and we're going to discuss the fuckery we just currently heard. So, yeah, let's get into the clip.
Let me now move to our next witness is Mr. Elder. Mr. Elder is a conservative attorney, author, and host of the nationally syndicated radio program, The Larry Elder Show. He also writes a nationally syndicated column and produces videos for his YouTube channel in association with the Epoch Times. Mr. Elder received a JD from the University of Michigan and his BA from Brown University. Mr. Elder, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Congresswoman Lee, thank you very much for having me. I really appreciate it. I am the executive producer of a documentary that came out June 19 last year called Uncle Tom, An Oral History of the Black Conservative. And as Congresswoman Lee pointed out, Black people are a race of overcomers. And it talks about the fact that despite all the problems that have been brought up in this committee about racism, about slavery, about Jim Crow, Black people have overcome to the point now where only 20% of Black people are below the federally defined level of poverty. Still too high, but in 1940, that number was 87%. And 20 years later, that number had been reduced to 47%, a 40-point drop in 20 years. That is the greatest 20-year period of economic expansion for the history of Black Americans. And notably, they came before the Brown versus Board of Education decision. They came before the Civil Rights Bills of 1964, 1965. Despite all of this racism, all of this prejudice, Black people still overcame. I also find it ironic we're having this hearing 13 years after we elected and then re-elected the first Black president of the United States. I'm old school. I still get the newspapers thrown to my house. And the day that Obama got elected, I got the New York Times and the LA Times thrown to my home. And on the front pages of both newspapers, there were colored pictures of Black parents hugging their kids, crying, saying things like, now I can say for the first time truly that if you work hard, you can be anything you want to be. In 1997, Time Magazine and CNN did a broad survey of Black teens and white teens and asked both of them whether or not racism was a major problem in America. And both of them said yes, not too surprisingly. But then Black teens were asked the following question. Is racism a big problem, a small problem, or no problem in your own daily life? 89% of Black teens in 1997 said racism was a small problem or no problem in my own daily life. In fact, twice as many Black teens as white teens said failure to take advantage of available opportunities is a bigger problem than racism, end of quote. And that again was 23 years ago before Obama got elected, let alone re-elected. Speaking of Obama, 2007, he ran for presidency. His rival for the Democratic side was Hillary Clinton. And on the Republican side, the two primary rivals were John McCain and Mitt Romney. Gallup asked whether or not Americans would not vote for a Black person, referring to Obama, would not vote for a woman, referring to Hillary Clinton, would not vote for a Mormon, referring to Mitt Romney, would not vote for a person as old as John McCain would be, 72 years old. And what Gallup found is 5% of Americans said they would not under any circumstances vote for a Black person. 11% said they would not under any circumstances vote for a female. 24% said they would not vote for a Mormon. 42% said they would not vote for a person who would be 72 years old when he became president, which would have been the case had John McCain been elected. In other words, Obama as a Black person had a smaller barrier than these three white politicians. So having this conversation right now when racism has never been a less significant problem in America, to me is mind-boggling. Right now, Congress is 12% Black, which is roughly the percentage of Blacks in America. In 1964, Martin Luther King gave an interview to the BBC. And he said he was surprised at the changes that have taken place in America in recent years. And he believed that a Black person could become president in 40 years' time, or maybe even less. That's roughly around the time when Obama became president. And Martin Luther King did not say, we will know when we've arrived at the promised land when there's a Black coach of Notre Dame, which has happened, when there is a Black female who's the president of an Ivy League university, which has happened, when Blacks are mayors of all the major cities in America, which has happened, when Blacks are police chiefs of the major cities in America, when there are superintendents of schools of America or mayors of America, sometimes all three at the same time. He did not say that. He did not say when Black people become millionaires and billionaires, which has happened. He did not say when Black people become CEOs of Fortune 500 companies. He said when a Black person becomes president, that's when we'll know we've reached a point where people are being evaluated based on the content of their character to the extent that it is reasonable to expect. And the idea that slavery built America is belied by the fact that at one time, Virginia was the most populous and wealthiest state in the Union. But within a couple of generations, it had fallen behind states in the North because the South depended upon slavery, which impoverished the South relative to the North, which is primarily why the North won the election. No one could have had, or very few people could have had a life harder than my father. My father was 13 years old, born in 1915. He was kicked out of his house by his mother. Athens, Georgia, Jim Crow, at the beginning of the Great Depression. The man walked down the street, did whatever he could. Ultimately, he became a Pullman porter on the trains, which was the largest private employer of Blacks in those days. Traveled all the world, became a Marine, was one of the first Black Marines, a Montford Port Marine. And my dad always told my brothers and me the following: hard work wins. You get out of life what you put into it. You cannot control the outcome, but you are 100% in control of the effort. And before you complain about what other people did to you, go to the nearest mirror and say to yourself, what could I have done to change the outcome? And my dad always told us this: no matter how hard you work, no matter how good you are, sooner or later, bad things will happen to you. How you respond to those bad things will tell your mother and me if we raised a man. And my father always said this about the Democrat Party: they want to give you something for nothing. And when you try and get something for nothing, you almost always end up getting nothing for something. Thank you very much for taking the time. I appreciate it.
right, family. Y'all got to hear this Elder Coon for y'all motherfucking selves. Larry, the Elder Coon. Y'all got to hear him smiling, begousing, cooning and buffooning in front of U.S. Senate. U.S. House of Representatives. It's great. It's great. This HR 40 hearing. This motherfucker just had to get up on there and give his disdain for the idea of black people getting reparations. Let me touch on some of these points real quick, and then I'm gonna pass the mic to Renee. Cause this weirdo's full of shit, right? He came up on here with his little bullshit ass right-wing conservative, conservative ass fucking talking points, right? This whole pull yourself up by the bootstrap shit, and then this motherfucker turns around, and what does he do? What is this black conservative turn around to do to justify why black people can't get reparations? This motherfucker takes the motherfucking leftist mixed motherfucking Obama himself and propped up Obama as a reason why racism is no longer a thing and why black people should not get reparations. The same fucking mixed ass Obama, who is outside the fact that he's clearly not a black man, outside of that, outside him trying to use this mixed motherfucker to prop him up, outside the obvious, Larry, riddle me this, Larry. When did you vote for him? Did you actually vote for this motherfucking Larry? You know, you sitting up here propping up motherfucking Obama like he's black excellence. Like this mulatto is some kind of black excellence and somehow another is the gold standard and the motherfucking justification of your motherfucking post-racial worldview. While you're doing all that, Larry, riddle me this, Larry. When that motherfucking newspaper guy, because he said he still gets the newspaper thrown to his house, and when he picked up newspaper back in 2008, it read Obama won the election. Did you use that same newspaper to dry your tears, Larry? Because I promise you spent the better half of 2008 trying not to get that mulatto elected into office. Let's keep that a buck. Right? Right. Now, then this motherfucker, back to this whole post-racial shit, because then he started talking the same shit. Motherfucker, I swear these conservatives are all copy and paste. They all been trained with the same talking points. As he was using some of the same shit motherfucking Herschel coon ass was fucking saying. Talking about teens ain't affected by racism due to the polling and all this other shit and everything else. Man, I'm talking about something. 20-something years ago, they took a poll and teens said racism isn't the thing that's keeping them down. It's opportunities, not racism. First of all, do you mean these same teens that will turn around in 2021 and tell me Eminem is the greatest MC of all time? You mean those teens from 20-something years ago who think Eminem is the GOAT today? You mean these post-racial, sleepwalking ass Negroes? You mean those teens? Oh, okay. Well, anyways, that you said that they said it was opportunities and not racism, right? Well, Larry, answer this for me. Larry, riddle me this. What was keeping them from these opportunities? Why was they lacking opportunities, Larry? See, these teens got a young mind and they can't even articulate their thoughts and they don't even understand what's going on around them. Because if they did, they will understand that they have lack of opportunities due to racism. You dumbass Negro. You programmed coon-ass Negro. Then this motherfucker started, oh, jeez. Then he started with his bullshit. Y'all already know. He had to start with his bullshit. He had to start with his motherfucking MLK shit, stirring the teacup. He started stirring the teacup with his bullshit. MLK will be rolling over in his grave. MLK said, judge a man by the content of his character, not the color of his skin. Blah, 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 blah. You know, family. Y'all already know, man. Y'all know what these coons do. These coons always run to that book of excuses and MLK. This is by design, family. Y'all wonder why I bang on that book of excuses and why I be getting on the whole idea of what MLK represents? This is why. Both of these things are used as tools for white supremacy. To get you Negroes back in line. To get you Negroes back to thinking whitewashed ideals. To get you motherfuckers to stop thinking about your race. Start worrying about other things. Don't worry about the man behind the motherfucking curtain. Don't look there. Don't worry about that. You need to just go back out the motherfucking out in eyes and do what the fuck it is you doing. Go finish sleepwalking in eyes and don't pay no attention to that man. That's what they do with MLK and that book of fucking excuses. Every time. And sure enough, here you go. Everybody content and character. I was talking to the person about the content and character. And da. It ain't about skin color. Da. Well, how come you made your motherfucking whole career banging on a particular skin color, Larry? You disingenuous fuck. If it wasn't for black people, you'll be irrelevant because you wouldn't have shit to talk about. Right? You wouldn't have a punching bag to beat on for white dollars. Larry, you disingenuous fuck. You race hustler. Race hustling piece of shit. Coon ass motherfucking Negroes.
Coon alert.
Then this motherfucker started saying wild ass shit like, yo, yeah, man, well, you know, we'll know that when we get in Ivy League schools, racism will be over. Well, we did that. When we get motherfucking this, that, and third, we know racism is over. We did that, we did this, and we did that, da. When we fully integrate with this white society, then it's over. Racism is done. Obama, he proved it. We got black people in Ivy League schools all the time. Look at the standard this motherfucker has for getting out of racism. Token ass Negroes going to motherfucking Ivy League schools because of some fucking affirmative action. Because they gotta have one motherfucking black Negro there to get the motherfuckers off they fucking back. That somehow or another means racism is over. Right? Right. Stupid ass motherfucker. Motherfucker sitting up here talking about his old crusty ass pops. His old crusty ass fucking pops. Born in 1915 or some shit he said. Talks about my father was born in 1915 in the rural South. And he got kicked out at an early age and blah, 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 blah. Oh yeah, Larry? Why did he get kicked out, Larry, at an early age? Why did he get kicked out? Do you think if his parents, i.e. your grandparents, had got reparations, do you think they would have felt the need to have to kick him out the fucking house at like 15 years old or 16 or however old he was? Then you told me that these pops got on the motherfucking train, was motherfucking running around doing the little train thing, shining shoes and all this other shit, got in the military, had to fight in the white man's military. My father grew up in the raw South, fully integrated himself and made something out of himself. You can do it too. Just enlist, risk your life to fight motherfucking non-white people for the white man. That's all you gotta do. Put your life in the line, put your life on the line for that white man. And you can pick yourself up too. Join his racist ass military. And back then, what? Back then? That was World War II years for him. He was born in 1950. That means that motherfucker was knee deep all up in World War II. That's this, what? That's this Kiki. What are we talking about here? They're putting black people on the fucking front lines to die. To die. They're putting black people on the front lines to die in World War II. That's how they treat those black soldiers. Fuck is you talking about? Tell me black soldiers came back struggling. Those black soldiers came back struggling. Talk to me about your motherfucking coon ass pops and use him as a fucking example. Give a fuck about your man. Fuck him. Yeah, I'm talking shit. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and pass the mic to Renee before I get too much deeper into this, because I know she chopping at the bit. Because she can't stand this motherfucker for good reason. But yeah, go ahead, Renee. I'll pass the mic.
You already know it. Now, but you on point. You 100% on point. So let's get into it, y'all. I'm gonna address some things that I wanna put some facts out there. Okay, but let's start here. So he started out with that BS. We are a race of overcomers. Really? Overcomers of what? We're knee deep. We neck deep. Hell, we all the way in white supremacy. So what are you talking about? Overcoming what? We're talking about a system in place. And we're talking about a legacy, a history of what's happened to us and how that impacts us today. So what do you mean by overcoming? See, that's that same BS that they run to black people, right? It's some idea that black people always have to struggle. I want y'all to pay attention to that. Everybody thinks it's appropriate for black people to struggle, and they don't think that for any other group. Even if you want to say Mexicans or whatever, Mexicans aren't a race. And they have a country all their own. They were not forced to come over here and be enslaved. They're making a choice to come here. So I don't want to hear none of that. Everybody thinks black people deserve nothing. And the only thing we do deserve is to struggle. So again, this idea of we're a race of overcomers, they're just saying, hey, once again, we're going to put the blame on the victim. We're going to victim blame. We're going to victim shame and say racism ain't really the problem. The legacy of slavery is not the problem. You just got to be an overcomer. Because we're a race of overcomers. Now, this is where it's just hilarious. It's just ridiculous, right? So we're a nation of overcomers. And he started talking about the percentages in terms of poverty, right? And he talked about whenever, way back in the day, when the poverty rate, I think he said at one point was 80-something% with black people, and then it declined. And then we had like some significant a drop in poverty within, I think, about the last 20 years, right? So he noted that the poverty percentage for Black people is 20%, right? Now, let's find out what it is for everybody else, right? Because if we're going to make an analysis that Black people have overcome, right, and that Black people have succeeded, that means that our numbers in things like poverty should be comparable to whites and other races of people. It should be about the same, because remember, we're a race of overcomers, right? And we've come up now, you know, it was 80 something back in the day. So let's compare and contrast. So for Black people, the poverty rate is 20%. Okay. It was 20.8% in 2018. And we can only imagine that it's gone, you know, that it's increased or whatnot because of, you know, COVID and everything that happened. But anyway, for Hispanics, they're at 15.7. Okay. So already it's lower than ours. So already off rip, when we look at the Hispanic community, they have a lower percentage of poverty than we do as Black people. And we all know we built this, right? They just trying to come over here. The Asian poverty rate is 7.3%. The non-Hispanic white poverty rate is the same, about 7.3%. It was 7.2. So Asians and whites are about neck and neck in terms of poverty. So you have a white community whose poverty rate is 7%, and you have a Black community whose poverty rate is 20%, and you fix your mouth to try to use that as some indicator that we have overcome. We shall overcome. Really? So we're damn near 3 times the percentage rate of poverty than white people are and than Asian people are. And it's even higher for us than it is for Hispanic people. And this is not systemic. Oh, this is all a result of laziness, y'all. Because see, white people ain't lazy. Asian people ain't lazy. And Hispanic people ain't lazy. See, it's Black folk that's lazy, that kill each other, and that's stupid, like I told you. And that is the reason why we're lagging behind. That is the reason why our poverty rate can be 3 times what it is for white people. It has nothing to do with anything else, right? It has nothing to do with all of the other issues we have faced and continue to face if we just lazy. All right, so let's touch on the Obama thing, right? Now, this is what's funny, and I was telling Psycho this earlier. Now, conservatives and white people in general and their coons, their pets, love to downplay racism, right? They love to downplay white supremacy. They love to brush it to the side. Oh, like it's nothing. It's not really there. You know, all of that stuff, right? First of all, we all know Obama was not a Black president. Okay, but for the purposes of the conversation, let's just roll with it, right? Now, he talked about in whatever, like, different little polls that were done, that basically people said that they would vote for Obama more than they would for a woman or for an old man, right? That was the comparison. Okay, so a woman and a man that was 72 years old, even though Trump was 72, and this old bastard in there is, what, 77 or something? I don't know how old is Dirtwater. Anyway, but the comparisons in the poll were for, you know, would you vote for a Black president versus a versus a woman versus a, 70-some-year-old person. And the black person got a higher percentage rate, right? He got 11% versus 5% and whatever else it was. So that's supposed to be some indicator for us, right? But here's the thing. While he wants to downplay racism, white supremacy, a lot of conservatives, a major conservative talking point is that the Democrats are the racist ones, which they are, by the way, as well. They all racist, okay? But the Republicans and the conservatives always say it's the liberals who are the ultimate racists. So wait a minute, Mr. Larry Elder, is it racism or is it not racism? Because on the conservative talking point side of things, whenever y'all do want to discuss racism, you claim it's just racism from the white liberals. But you're sitting up here downplaying racism and basically putting it in the hands of you just have to work hard. You just got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and black people haven't been doing that. It has nothing to do with racism. So you trying to use Obama to signify that racism is done is ridiculous. It's ridiculous when your side of people say that the white liberals are the racists. So yeah, they might have voted for Obama, but they still racist. So how are you using that to represent that things have changed so much? You can go out and vote for a black person and still be racist. Like, who made that the litmus test? Like, who decided that's the standard you have to meet, right? If a white person votes for somebody black, well, they're not racist. Where do you get that from? That's complete and utter nonsense. Look at what happened, if y'all remember, with the brother that was at the park and he had his dog with him. Or no, he didn't have his dog. Or did he? Whatever. He was there. No, he was looking at birds. He was bird watching. And remember the white heifer? She started, and calling the police a black man. Da, 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 da. And she got put on blast for being a liberal, for voting for Obama. But the first thing she did was play the race card to try to get that black man ran down on by the police. So some idea that because some white people voted for Obama signifies racism doesn't really exist anymore. And black people don't really have those challenges. We've overcome that. And now you just have to work hard. Because some white people voted for Obama and you didn't even vote for Obama and you're black. But you trying to use that as a measuring stick. Oh, okay. Let's move on. All right, so yeah, that whole thing, if you work hard, you can be anything. Not true. Not true. Would you say that Trump worked hard? Like, would you say he had to work hard? Like, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Like, off rip, he had wealth. Off rip, he had millions gifted to him from his father to invest. He had his grades in school were horrible and they cheated for him. Like, this is all documented. This is all facts, what I'm saying right now. So how hard did he work when he was given everything? And then, yeah, you can be in control, right? Then you can run the company because the company was basically given to you because the money was given to you. The resources were given to you. You didn't have to get out here every day and grind to try to make money, to try to build a huge corporation. So what do you mean? He didn't work hard. He didn't even have a political record at all. But guess what he was? A wealthy white man. A wealthy white man. Who was 72? Or was he 70 when he was either 70 or 72 or whatever when he got elected. But yeah, so where does this work hard thing? Again, y'all, they only tell black people to work hard. I want you to understand that. I really want black people to understand this concept. Now, understand that they never start calling us lazy until we stop working for free. Okay? They never started with that. But that stereotype about us being lazy and some of the old, racist cartoons you can see from the 20s or 30s, whatever, where you had the black people sitting on the porch in the rocking chair, taking naps and the flies buzzing around and they watermelon and all that, right? And they could just sleep the day away and they could just sit around all day because they're lazy. They don't want to do nothing, right? So they've always used this kind of thing against us whenever we stop working for free. So they only put that on Black people that we're supposed to, quote, work hard. And what does work hard mean? Like, what does that mean? That's very subjective. Like, anybody could come up with a definition for what working hard means. And I guarantee you, Black people have done all of that. Black people work harder than anybody else. And that's facts. And the reason being is because we get scrutinized more than anybody else. I'm sure as Black folk out there, y'all can understand and y'all can relate to working, at jobs with white people and them being mediocre at best. Them being mediocre at best. Them doing the minimal amount to get by. And that's good enough. Who are the people you typically see going above and beyond? It's going to be Black people. It's not going to be white people. People give Black folk a really bad reputation in areas like customer service, right? But let's also understand in a lot of those positions, those are people, who are being overworked and underpaid heavily in dead-end jobs. Let's just call it what it is. Unless you may become a manager through whatever process, whatever. But that's going to be a tiny percentage of people anyway. So you're in dead-end jobs, okay, mainly for like teenagers, let's keep it a buck, being overworked, being underpaid. And people expect for you to run around and people expect to go in restaurants. And, I can acknowledge that I've had some people with bad customer service or whatever, but people expect for you as a Black person in whatever you're doing. They expect for you to be smiling and tap dancing and all of these kinds of things. But I guarantee you, Black people work hard. You can find lazy people, if you will, at any job in any capacity. But how many times, Black people, throughout your life have you seen a white person come into the job, right? No matter where you're working in fast food, in an office, whatever, and you have a new white person come in who's lazy as hell, who cuts corners, and the white establishment bends over backwards for them. And oftentimes those people come in, they're trained by Black people, and then they move up to a supervisory position. And their role now is to oversee your Black ass, just like a plantation, whatever, right? And then the Black people who do maybe get in those positions, they know they're more on their side anyway. But how often have you seen that? Nobody tells white people to work hard. There's some assumption made that white people just, automatically are hard workers. No, they're not. No, they're not. They do the bare minimum to get by and nobody challenges it. But if something goes down, Black people know their head is first on the chopping block. And it's really sad because I tell y'all this all the time too, that with all of the negative propaganda that has been pushed about Black people now for ages of time, it not only works on white people, it not only works on Asians and other races and groups of people that come here and mistreat Black people, it works on Black people too. We've been conditioned with that same anti-Blackness. We've been conditioned with that same stereotypical view of Black people. So that when we see a Black person who's doing something we consider to be positive or doing a good job or whatever, we automatically distance that from all Black people. But when we see a Black person doing something we deem to be ratchet or disrespectful or giving horrible customer service, we associate that with all Black people. When you can go out here, how many of us have gone out here to the mall, wherever, and white people who work there are so rude. So rude, so nasty, so short, so lazy. Nobody ever associates that as a whole with white people. It's assumed that they're hard workers, they're good workers, and they're better than Black people. Let me move on from that point because I could go I could go in on that forever, y'all. But let me say this too real quick. Now I'll get to that then. Psycho mentioned this though too, and I mentioned this with Herschel Walker. This teen study, what? Really? So let me get this straight. You have legitimate people, legitimate scholars and people, like Dr. Sandy Darity, like Dr. Claude Anderson, like people who have done legit study, legit work on this. And they can come to you with the racial wealth gap, how it happened, where it happened, everything else, all the details. And you mean to tell me the best you can do is a damn teen study from, I think he said 1997? Wait, what?
Yeah, like 25 years ago.
You know, and that's your basis for Black people shouldn't receive reparations? Because of a study of some teenagers. And again, who are these teenagers? Where are they? What study are you referring to? How many teens? What was the circumstances? And not that that even matters, because again, you're talking about idealistic young people who don't have a full grasp of the world. But when they take their behind out there and go to college, it's going to be a whole new world. It's going to be a whole new world. It's going to be a whole new world to you. Because even being a Black child, and I would bet any money that this was probably in a suburban, like mixed race school. I would bet you any money that this is where that was at. And, you know, even to a degree, you know, if you are a Black child going to a predominantly Black inner city school where it might be rough or whatever, there's still a certain level of insulation you have as a teenager that you won't have as an adult. So to try to use teenagers to indicate why we don't need reparations is ridiculous. You know, not to mention something from 1997. I mean, that's just crazy. Y'all, I'm gonna try to, after this show, I'm gonna try to look up this study. Yeah, so I talked about that. All right, let me talk about this. So he mentioned coach at Notre Dame, mayors, superintendents of schools, police chiefs, right? Again, these things are supposed to signify that Black people have overcome. We don't need reparations. We don't need anything. We just need more hard work. It's all good. Let me tell you something. I have told y'all this too for years, that white supremacy is like a computer, and it gets upgraded over time. It gets better, faster, stronger, more efficient. Okay, it gets updated just like your phone, just like your iPhone or whatever, and you get the updates, right? And it's working out the kinks and it's working out the bugs in your phone and certain operations to make it work better and be more efficient for you. Well, the same thing with white supremacy. So it's constantly evolving. You know, it doesn't stay stuck in one place. It doesn't stay stuck there. So if there's an understanding that we can try to put some Black people supposedly in these positions of power, even though mayors don't have much power. That's been well understood, because you don't see even that many white mayors no more. That's kind of been passed on. that's kind of big. That's kind of like, all right, we're going to put a black person in there. It's a bunch of niggers in that city anyway. You'll see more mayors, white mayors in white towns now. So they use that as some type of, to be relevant, right? So in most metropolitan cities are where black people are, more centrally located. So because they put a black mayor there, that means what exactly? That means what? Because most of the people in that area are also going to be black. White people are not too fond of black people being over them in any kind of capacity. They're not fond of it. Some of the liberal ones are more accepting of it, but in general, it's not too good of a look. I don't know. I don't really know. So when you look at the suburban areas and you see who the mayors and things like that are, you're going to see many more white people. But even within, being a mayor, that's still not really big pimping. Like, let's keep it a buck. When you go up that food chain and you start seeing them governors and stuff, ooh, you see a whole lot of white people. Because even though we have the federal system, states have a lot of rights as well. So when you start looking into who the governors are, you're going to see a huge shift. Now, why we ain't got all these black governors then? Because the mayors still have their hands tied to a degree. It's certain things they can institute, certain things they can do. But, their power is much more limited than someone like a governor's power is. So just because you have black people in these positions, again, that does not signify racism, white supremacy doesn't exist. It's just another way that white supremacy has helped to update itself. To understand that, well, if we put a few black faces in there, what can they say? Because then we can always say, it was a black mayor. Oh, it's a black superintendent of school. It's a black police chief. We know that one well. It's a black police chief. So what can you say? Even though these were white officers, right? These were white officers killing black people. It was a black police chief now, y'all. So come on. But who do the police chiefs answer to? Who do they answer to? You gotta answer. You gotta ask and answer these questions. Because when you start talking about them police unions, you start talking about all that. You start talking about the Fraternal Order of Police and all. Oh, baby, ain't no black. What? Who?
Police chiefs. Let's get this clear. Black police chiefs are the biggest fucking coons out here on the fucking planet. They became police chiefs for a reason. Right? Them motherfuckers, they're not gonna put some pro-black motherfucking police chief, name police officer, name him police chief. They're not gonna do that. That police chief got there on the backs of other black motherfuckers and being rough and extra tough on black people. That's how you get black police chiefs. You best believe if you got a black police chief, that motherfucker was the toughest motherfucker on black people on the fucking force at one point in time. That motherfucker's a fucking stone cold coon. That's the motherfucker from Boys in the Hood. That's it. I hate niggas. That motherfucker right there. That was a real cop. You best believe by now he'd have been police chief for about 20 years. He'd have been police chief for about 20 years if that was a real cop. Because that motherfucker, that's the type of motherfucker that turns police chief. Let's keep that real. Yep. They will sit around. Our new police chief is, I don't know, I'm just making up a name. Darnell Jackson. That's exactly who will be police chief. Is the officer from Boys in the Hood. And a lot of us know that well. The black police officers go harder in the paint because they have more to prove. And they have to first let it be known, I'm down with the get down, and I'm going to keep these niggas in check, and I'm going to let these niggas know I ain't one of you. I ain't one of you. I'll lock you up. I'll lock you up faster than a white boy will. Let's move on. Okay, Psycho touched on this. His father had a hard life. What does that mean? Like, where do they come with like Herschel Walker with his 80-something-year-old mom? Like,
this anecdotal like responses, like where does that come? Like, who cares? Your father had a hard life. What black person didn't in some capacity? Some harder than others, yes, but in some capacity, right? And that's supposed to mean what? That's supposed to mean what to me and millions of the black people? Because your 80-something-year-old mama said no reparations, and your dad who worked so hard said no reparations. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, so what? He had to overcome, and he told Larry Elder, Coon Elder, and his brother that hard work wins. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Hard work doesn't win. Even if you talk about people, and I know it's a lot of white people that did this job too, and you'll look at the communities that result from this, right? But working in a damn coal mine, that's hard work. That's hard work. Now, for the most part, people working in coal mines, did they win? They probably won with what, cancer? I think they get cancer or asbestos or something like that in their lungs, or black lung or something like that. They still ended up poor. They still ended up in the same conditions and poverty. You can even look at them Appalachian people if you want to really go there. So even if you're talking in that aspect for them, and those have kind of been the designated low-level white people anyway. But hard work doesn't win. That's not true. It's not true. And even in the capacity of the Appalachian people, they don't have to deal with no police on them. They don't still have to deal with the other social and political issues and elements that black people have to contend with. They still don't have to deal with that. Even if being poor, even if, quote, working hard. So again, working hard doesn't insulate you from anything. That's more empty rhetoric fed to black people. It's people right now working at Burger King, working hard, and they still gonna be working at Burger King, working hard in however many years. So no, hard work does not, hard work does, no, you don't win with hard work. You win with access. Definitely not when you black. You win with access. You win with wealth. You get opportunities just with white skin. These are the type of things that elevate people, not hard work. That is a common misconception, and that feeds right into the idea of the supposed American dream.
Right, that, you know, all you gotta do is just work hard and everything will be all right. You know, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. You know, we got history will tell you this. You know, it's deeper than just working hard. Like you were saying earlier, like black people have always worked hard. Like, what do you mean? Like this whole, like, you got people buying into this whole white supremacist myth that black people are lazy, which is bullshit. Even the Pookies and Ray Rays ain't fucking lazy. It's hard work working on the motherfucking block. That shit ain't motherfucking. You gotta put in work just to motherfucking go on the block and motherfucking make money. That shit ain't as easy as you motherfuckers might think that shit is. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that's what motherfuckers should do, and I'm not justifying it or nothing. I'm just telling you motherfuckers, all this whole premise that black people are lazy is bullshit. It's all bullshit. You can't be lazy out here and have motherfucking cars and rims and Jordans that you motherfuckers all say we don't need. You had to put in some kind of work to get that shit. So like, you motherfuckers can't have it both ways. We can't be lazy and have all these rims and Jordans that you claim we all have. Which one is it? Which one is it? Make up y'all fucking minds. You know, it's ridiculous. This old stupid, silly shit. Y'all listen to a bunch of white people and they perception of black people, and y'all motherfuckers perpetuate that shit. Y'all dumb. Yep.
And let me show you. Cool. And that's 100% on point. And I feel like Kwame Ture has spoke on that. Something similar. Like in terms of the kind of like hard work type thing. Like, it's hard work being in poverty. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's hard work. People trying to get out of that. People like Psycho said, if you on the block or whatever, that's hard work too. Not saying that's respectable, not saying anybody should do that. So don't no trolls come with no BS. It's just in terms of this idea of working hard. Because the people, even in that game, right? The people who are doing the least are the people at the top. The people doing the most work, like with any corporation, because that's a corporation too, right? With any corporation, the people at the top are doing the least work. The people at the bottom are doing the most. And your lowest level drug dealers are working harder than anybody that goes up the food chain. As you go up the food chain, they're doing less. So, and Black people, be it in the corporate world, be it in any other capacities of employment, tend to be at the bottom of the food chain. So they're going to be the ones working harder than anybody else. But let me show you how he basically he basically dismantled his own argument on working hard. Now, I know a lot of y'all heard recently that fat bastard, Rush Limbaugh died, right? And he can rest in you know what. But so Rush Limbaugh had a very successful radio career, very successful. He is highly touted in the conservative community. They see him as an icon, as a legend. He is put on a pedestal. I'm talking about even before he died. He has all kind of connections with, you know, the big name people. He's backed by all of these people. And a lot of them look at what he says as the gospel, like his view on a particular subject. Now, I will bet you any money, and Larry Elder, with all of his degrees, his Juris Doctorate, all of his education, all of him coming from a father who had his hard life, that he's worked way harder than Rush Limbaugh. Because let me tell you something. Don't nobody other than just Black people in general working hard, nobody works harder than a coon. Nobody. Coons work even harder than Black people do, because the coon got to make sure he stay in line. He got to make sure that he's kissing they behind, that he's doing everything that they see fit. Anytime some Black come out, they got to jump on it and attack Black people. They got to make sure that they keep some type of position, so they have to work hard for that. So if it's about just working hard, why are you not on Rush Limbaugh status? Why you ain't on his level? You had a little hokey, I think he had like a little hokey like TV show or something like that at one point, which got canceled or whatever. And as you heard her introduce him, his YouTube channel and all that. No, boo-boo. Why you ain't on Rush Limbaugh's level? Because if it's about hard work, why ain't you in Hannity's job on Fox News instead of him being there? Because I know you had to work harder than him, because doors didn't just open for you. You had to prove your coon ways. You had to get an education. You had to be all of these things to be accepted, to be deemed, able to be around these white people. So you should be in his position. Not to mention, Rush Limbaugh was a damn drug addict. He lost his hearing behind that. He had all kind of other scandals that he was involved in. And he still made it to the top of the mountain. And you just radio show host, his YouTube channel. So you don't work that hard then, Larry Elder? You don't work that hard. Because you're not on their level. So see, when you turn a lot of this stuff around, and I would have loved to have been able to say that to him. Why are you on such a low level? People like him and Candace Owens, if it's about hard work, she had to drum up a fight with Cardi B to try to sell her book. Don't y'all work hard? Ain't that what y'all spew to Black people? That's gonna get you wherever you want to go, wherever you want to be. Larry Elder, I know you want to have the ducats that Rush Limbaugh had. I know you want that, and you ain't got that. so you lazy. It's for no other reason than you lazy. It ain't about race. Race don't matter. That's over. That's back in the day. Let me also tell y'all this real quick before we move to the last thing. Because we got to get some facts, right? So he was trying to talk about how slavery wasn't really lucrative or whatever he called himself saying. Some BS or whatever. So let me just read this to y'all real quick. This is from history.com, thehistorychannel.com. And this is how slavery became the economic engine of the South. Slavery was so profitable, it sprouted more millionaires per capita in the Mississippi River Valley than anywhere in the nation. Did you hear me? With cash crops of tobacco, cotton, and sugarcane, America's southern states became the economic engine of the burgeoning nation. Their fuel of choice, human slavery. If the Confederacy had been a separate nation, it would have ranked as the fourth richest in the world at the start of the Civil War. The slave economy had been very good to American prosperity. By the start of the war, the South was producing 75% of the world's cotton for the world, y'all, and creating more millionaires per capita in the Mississippi River Valley than anywhere in the nation. Enslaved workers represented Southern planters' most significant investment and the bulk of their wealth. I'll read a little bit more of this. Building a commercial enterprise out of the wilderness required labor and lots of it. For much of the 1600s, the American colonies operated as agricultural economies, driven largely by indentured servitude. Most workers were poor, unemployed laborers from Europe who, like others, had traveled to North America for a new life. In exchange for their work, they received food and shelter, a rudimentary education, and sometimes a trade. We didn't receive a damn thing but some slop and shacks to keep us alive. By 1680, the British economy, and let's be clear again, they made the choice to come here. And a lot of those people were indebted and things like that. And their children were not automatically considered servants. By 1680, the British economy improved and more jobs became available in Britain. During this time, slavery had become a morally, legally, and socially acceptable institution in the colony. As the number of European laborers coming to the colonies dwindled, enslaving Africans became a commercial necessity and more widely acceptable. With the ideal climate and available land, property owners in the southern colonies began establishing plantation farms for cash crops like rice, tobacco, and sugarcane, enterprises that required increasing amounts of labor. To meet the need, wealthy planters turned to traders who imported even more human chattel to the colonies, the vast majority from West Africa. As more enslaved Africans were imported and an upsurge in fertility rates expanded the, quote, inventory, a new industry was born, the slave auction. These open markets where humans were inspected like animals and bought and sold to the highest bidder, provided an increasingly lucrative enterprise. By the mid-19th century, a skilled, able-bodied, enslaved person could fetch up to $2,000, although prices vary by state. Let me just read this last part. Economic necessity, okay, trumps morality. Slave labor had become so entrenched in the Southern economy that nothing, not even the belief that all men were supposedly created equal, would dislodge it. When delegates to the Constitution... Man, what the heck?
You all right? Everything okay?
Yeah, some videos start playing.
Oh, okay.
See how they trying to play me? I'm giving too much information. Okay, let me finish. You know how you on the page and then some video on there starts playing?
Yeah, I got you.
All right. So when delegates to the Constitutional Convention met in Philadelphia in the summer of 1787, they were split on the moral question of human bondage and man's inhumanity to man, but not on its economic necessity. At the time, there were nearly 700,000 enslaved people living in the United States. worth many millions in today's dollars. When the topic of slavery arose during the deliberations over calculating political representation in Congress, the southern states of Georgia and the Carolinas demanded that each enslaved person be counted along with whites. The northern states balked, saying it gave southern states an unfair advantage. Their compromise, delegates agreed that each enslaved person would count as 3/5 of a person, giving the South more representation. Of course, many of us know that in that the slave trade will be banned 20 years hence. In 1807, a concession to northern states that had abolished slavery several years earlier. But, okay, let me read this last part, I promise. Before the American Revolution, tobacco was the colony's main cash crop, with exports of the aromatic leaf increasing from 60,000 pounds in 1622 to 1.5 million by 1639. By the end of the century, Britain was importing more than 20 million pounds of tobacco per year, but after the colonies won independence, Britain no longer favored American products and considered tobacco a competitor to crops produced elsewhere in the empire. Always a fickle commodity for growers, tobacco was beset by price fluctuations, weaknesses to weather changes, and an exhausting of the soil's nutrients. But even as tobacco waned in importance, another cash crop showed promise: cotton. And so we all know what happened with that. But I wanted to just read some of that just to show how much money was being produced off the backs of Black people. And he attempted to try to diminish that and downplay it or whatnot. And no, Black people fueled this nation, period. When you look at every major institution, be it banking, be it Ivy League institutions or what have you, all of them were built off of money from the transatlantic slave trade. All of them were built off of the free labor of our ancestors. A lot of these places, they don't hide it anymore. They've went ahead and they've copped to it, Wells Fargo and Harvard and different places like that, Yale and whatnot, that, they acknowledge that they were built off of that money. So when people like Larry Elder and Herschel Walker speak, and that, the free labor of our ancestors who were free men and free women who were taken into bondage, that, everything that they did, that they built, that they created for white people to have, that we shouldn't require anything. That whatever our situation is, whatever our circumstances are, it's our fault. And I just want to point this out real quick before I throw back to Psycho. Notice how, they use this supposed teen study, right? But notice, neither one of them discussed the racial wealth gap. Neither one discussed how, on average, and this is a low-end estimate, okay? I just want to be clear. On average, white households have 10 times, not double, 10 times the wealth of Black households. So if you can tell me that can be overcome, how can that be overcome? And, that's why I tell people all the time, because I've had debates with people over the years who say, we need to stop begging that white man. Why y'all begging the white man? Why y'all blaming the white man? Right? But here's the thing. Black people have contributed to this country. We pay our taxes. We pay into this society. I mean, even when you look in terms of this pandemic, a lot of the essential workers were Black people. Right? So why should Black people not have an expectation of what's due to us? We're not talking about begging somebody. No, this is a debt owed, and it needs to be represented as such. And see, we don't have the right people in play right now to really address this the way it needs to be addressed. This is not some handout as people are saying. No. This is a debt. And I told y'all before, it's comparable to saying, somebody borrows some money from you or whatever, and you going to collect your money versus you asking them for money. There's a difference between the two. You saying, no, where's my money? Run me my money. Because if all of this was built off of Black labor, which we know it was, of our enslaved ancestors, somebody got to pay. Y'all have been able to establish an entire society of wealth where y'all were able to bring your people in and employ them and train them and educate them and set up communities and establish all of this. And that's why I say it took an act of government to create the conditions Black people are in. It will have to take an act of government to change that. That's just facts. And I know all the arguments about we buy too many Jordans. Buying Jordans, baby, stop buying Jordans is not going to overcome the racial wealth gap. As Dr. Claude Anderson taught us, it would take over 240 years for Black people to catch up economically with white people. And that would only be if they stood still. Like if they had no further economic gains and whatever wealth they have now is frozen at that point, it would take us 240 years just to catch up. And I understand all of the, well, we need to invest and we need to do X. I get that. But when you're talking about something like a racial wealth gap, that's bigger than that. That's bigger than just saying Black people need to start their own businesses. Well, there's a reason why more Black people don't have. I don't get why people think that. This shows how low people think of Black folk, right? People think like Black people don't want to be owners. Like, when have you not known Black people who want to be a boss, who want to own? Of course we do. But the biggest obstacle, is capital, a lack of capital. And when you talk about that racial wealth gap and you talk about them having 10 times the wealth, it is much more accessible for them to have capital to create businesses or to get loans because they have the money backing them. They have a cushion behind them. And as much as people want to say Oprah and Dr. Dre and LeBron and all these people need to, those people couldn't be a damn drop in the bucket to what Black people are really owed and what we really need to truly uplift our community. Because lest we not forget, this is a capitalist society. It is about the money. If you don't work, you don't eat. If you don't have money, you ain't got nothing coming to you. This is not some, utopian society and everything. No, you gotta have money. You gotta have it. And we can't just rely supposedly on athletes and entertainers to somehow fund the entirety of the Black community. That's not realistic. And people say, well, we shouldn't depend on a white man. We shouldn't ask a white man. But guess what? Go look at your check stub. Because I bet you're going to see taxes coming out of there. So you a tax-paying citizen like anybody else. Why shouldn't you have demands? Why shouldn't you have requirements? See, we haven't really collectively, and I mean, when I say collectively, I don't mean everybody, because you're not going to have everybody, but you want to have enough people. We haven't really put that hammer down on reparations. And it's not as if other groups of people, Psycho, I'm gonna read that article. Read that thing real quick. I totally forgot. It's not as if other groups of people have not gotten reparations. Like, why should we be saying, we shouldn't get it? Why not? I don't get that. I don't get that mentality. And, like I told y'all earlier, the same, negative propaganda campaign that they've ran on us, that whites and other non-Black groups buy into and, help to push on us, is the same ones that we fall victim to. The same white supremacist rhetoric of, slave, ain't nobody in slavery anymore. All the slaves are gone. Well, who's gonna pay for this? And you guys are like, Black people repeat that same rhetoric.
Coon alert.
They repeat that same rhetoric. And, I just want to say this too. And I know I may get heat or whatever, certain things or whatever. But, we're in Black History Month. And I see people all the time, and I hear people all the time talking about supporting Black businesses, support Black businesses, support Black businesses. And I am 100% there already, right? That should be a given. Like, we shouldn't even have to say that. Like, that's a given, right? But people pretend as if, and I'm not trying to diminish nobody because I do the same thing, right? But people act as if having a t-shirt company is, or not even a company, but just making shirts and selling shirts, like that somehow changes the racial wealth gap, and that somehow overturns the oppression of Black people and the economic deprivation Black people are in because more Black people own their businesses. Honey, that ain't gonna do it, honey. That's not gonna do it. It's just not. That's just not a reality. And, you know, one of the reasons you see in the Black community, you know, sometimes businesses that are on a shoestring budget, you know, sometimes businesses that, you know, with certain other issues going on. And the first thing we will say is, you know, that's some ends and Black people always doing this and Black people always doing that. And not to say there aren't certain things, whatever, right? But again, you cannot dismiss the importance of capital, the importance of having your business secured, the importance of not trying to rub two nickels together. Like, you can't overestimate that. You can't overestimate that. It's very important. It's very key. And you look at, like, you know, it's a grocery chain here from an Italian family, and they have tons of locations, and they're very nice stores, and they have capital. They have money behind them. They have a cushion now behind them to be able to do those sorts of things and have gotten very wealthy from it. And, you know, that's just something lacking with Black people. I don't care what people say. We got $1 trillion spending power, $3 trillion spending power. But what people don't understand is, that's spending power. That means things you need to buy for your home, right? You need to buy toilet paper. You need to buy cleaning products. You need to buy food. You need to buy gas. You need to buy certain things to sustain yourself and your family. And just because you buy a pair of Jordans here or there, and if you don't buy the Jordans, you got to buy some other shoes. So that's not like that's going to make you rich and wealthy. So we got to get real, y'all. People be so impractical, in my opinion. I'm sorry, Psycho. But people be so impractical. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you good. I just want to get to this article before we go into the next topic. So we've been,
Okay, this is super quick, y'all. This is super quick. Now, of all places, y'all, this came from Ben & Jerry's, but I thought that the answers were really on point. So they had somebody Black, somebody who know what they're talking about. But this answers some questions, some common questions that other Black people as well have. All right. So 5 questions about reparations answer. The first one, what are reparations? Honestly, that's a great question. Reparations are many things. Historically, they have often taken the form of cash payments to victims or survivors, or their descendants of an awful act or program, like the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II. But they can be much more than just that. H.R. 40 establishes a commission to study the legacy of slavery and discrimination, but we think that any reparations must include an acknowledgement of and an apology of slavery's true role in the creation of this country, as well as its ongoing impact on Black people. Beyond that, and most importantly, reparations should take the form of systemic changes, new policies that will benefit and uplift Black communities in terms of education, healthcare, employment, and more. Money as well. All right. Now this one right here, y'all, is a doozy, because I know y'all probably heard things like this, especially from them other folk. Why should I pay for reparations? My family didn't even own slaves. What does this have to do with me? Answer. All of us who live in this country, even if our families didn't own slaves, even if we are recent immigrants, have benefited from the 250 years that enslaved people were forced to work without pay. And we know it was longer than that. The American economy was built on the backs of enslaved people, and neither they nor their ancestors were ever compensated for it. Even after emancipation, formerly enslaved people and their descendants faced unimaginable violence, discrimination, and inequity, that has been passed from one generation to the next. Our country's racist criminal justice system and huge racial wealth gap show that white Americans, for the most part, unwittingly continue to reap the benefits of slavery and its legacy. And it's not unwittingly. Let me disagree with that point. But wait, didn't we already pay reparations to enslaved people after the Civil War? Yes, but President Lincoln's assassination prevented it from happening. In January 1865, as the Civil War was nearing its end, Union General William T. Sherman issued Special Field Order Number 15, redistributing 400,000 acres of South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida coastline to former slaves in 40-acre parcels, hence the phrase 40 acres and a mule, as well as 40 in the H.R. 40. It was a revolutionary idea and might have gone a long way to change the history of race relations in the United States if President Lincoln hadn't been assassinated. Unfortunately, Andrew Johnson, who became president upon Lincoln's death, revoked the order. Many of the freed men and women who had secured acres for themselves and their families wound up working very much like slaves for the very same landowners who previously enslaved them. Has there ever been a program of reparations that worked? Yes. Numerous reparations programs here in the U.S. and around the world have gone a long way toward repairing some of the damage done by serious harms and creating new opportunities for advancement. As we mentioned, reparations are not just about cash payouts. They include everything from apology for an acknowledgement of the wrongs committed to society-wide changes rooted in education and policy. During World War II, the United States immorally and illegally forced about 120,000 Japanese Americans to live in camps until the end of the war. Congress acknowledged this betrayal of civil rights and ultimately paid out about $1.6 billion to survivors, an important gesture even if it didn't come anywhere near to covering the actual cost. Following the Holocaust, West Germany agreed to pay reparations to survivors. The total payout as of 2012 was almost $89 billion, including $7 billion in 2014 dollars to the just created state of Israel, which wound up having a huge impact on its economic growth. Beyond those payments, Germany officially apologized for the Holocaust and established new institutions, laws, and practices meant to educate the public on what happened so that it will never happen again. Whatever. And right now, Georgetown University is going through the process of figuring out how to use reparations to compensate the descendants of 272 enslaved people who were used as financial collateral 2 centuries ago to keep the university afloat. Similarly, Princeton Theological Seminary is working on reparations meant to address how it benefited from the slave economy over the course of history. This is the last part. Why are you talking about this now? And see, that's the whole thing, talking, right? When many of our own leaders are fanning the flames of hate and working to divide us, we feel it's more important than ever to come together and work for justice. Addressing the legacy of slavery will help us all, especially when we consider the ongoing societal costs of racism. Let's be real, throughout American history, white people have benefited from innumerable government programs. The Homestead Act and other initiatives in the 1800s gave away hundreds of millions of acres of land for very little. Although Black people were technically able to apply, in practice they were excluded. Only a few thousand Black people ever benefited from the program, and I'll question that. In contrast with the millions of white people who were able to accumulate and pass on wealth generation after generation. And those people, they probably count as Black or biracial, or like, quadroons or octoroons or something. Think about all the other ways that Black people have been excluded from building wealth. The racist practice of redlining official government policy until very recently made it legal to reject mortgages for Black people. One result of this, today white Americans have 7 times the wealth on average of Black Americans. So yes, slavery ended, but the effort to keep Black people from fully enjoying the rights of American citizenship and the benefits of their hard-earned share of America's prosperity never did. So anyway, I thought that was a little decent. I got a few little qualms in there, but it was fairly decent. in trying to explain some of these things, and it really doesn't matter because people who want to be against it are going to be against it anyway. So, but yeah, I'll pass the mic to Psycho.
Yeah, you know, I ain't got too much else to say on this topic. You know, we pretty much hammered home, you know, the buffoonery that a lot of these people are on. And, you know, we seen this last year, you know, when they had the whole HR 40 hearings during the summer, and we had the little homosexual come up, and he was the mouthpiece. He was the infamous mouthpiece of that hearing, along with a couple other people. And, you know, they're going to have the Thomas Souls of the world, the Larry Elders, the homo, the motherfucking, the Herschel Walkers with his motherfucking Becky all in the fucking background.
Hey, where are the white women at?
You're going to have all that. So, you know, like, this is these Negroes are put there to be the mouthpieces for the white man to say how y'all don't need no motherfucking reparations. Just pick yourself up by the bootstraps like everybody else did. Blah, 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 blah. Even though these other groups of individuals did not pick themselves up by the bootstraps. Them motherfuckers got motherfucking their own forms of reparations. So let's stop motherfucking playing. Like, you know, like this is crazy. They want to bring up the motherfucking Irish. Oh, the Irish were subjugated too and all this other shit. They were slaves too. Which triggers me every time I hear white people talk that the Irish was slave shit. These motherfuckers can kick rocks. I challenge them every time they say that shit. The Irish was not fucking slaves, you lying fucks. There's fucking indigent servants. That's a big, huge fucking difference. Them fucking signed up for what the fuck they got. They actually signed a contract and they had to play that. They had to pay that motherfucking debt just to get in this fucking country. And they paid their debt, and then they got to do what the fuck they wanted to do. They got to disseminate in the fucking white culture. They got to disseminate under fucking white supremacy. What the hell are y'all talking about over here? They got to motherfucking build themselves up, they whole demographic off of organized crime. Let's keep that a motherfucking buck, something black people ain't able to do. We the only demographic that can't lift ourselves up through organized crime. Every other demographic can do. And the Irish ain't no fucking different. The Jews, the Irish, the Italians, all these motherfuckers lifted themselves up through organized crime. They ain't have this prison pipeline bullshit the motherfucking worry about stopping. The motherfuckers was working with the motherfucking cops. The motherfuckers had the cops under their fucking payroll. You know why? Because they all banded together under whiteness. What the hell is y'all talking about over here? Don't miss me with y'all. The Irish were fucking slaves bullshit. Go fuck yourselves. Y'all full of shit. Y'all full of shit. Every time y'all say that shit, I get fucking triggered. Stop it. Indentured servitude is not the same as chattel slavery. It's not the fucking same.
No.
Not even fucking close.
And did you hear, even when I was breaking it down in that article, they talked about what those indentured servants were given. What they were given. Black people weren't given anything. And like I said, those people usually had a time period of being, indentured servants, and their children were not born into that, and that was by choice. Those people came here by choice. Let's be clear. So, and they were not stripped of all of their cultural identity.
Right. They didn't have to pay the sins of their father, quote unquote, like the chattel slaves did. Like the slaves did. Herschel Walker talk about something. We're not supposed to live according to the sins of the father, anything else. And how come every fucking baby born in slavery was a fucking slave?
Yep.
By default. But you telling me we ain't supposed to live about the sins of the fathers and all this whole other crap? They ain't have no problems making us live with that bullshit during slavery. You coon ass Negro. So, what about? I forgot to touch on that part in the beginning. He was like, well, I feel like black power is racist, and that's being racist towards white people with black power and everything. And shut your dumb ass up. Shut your dumb ass up. You don't even know what black power mean, you stupid motherfucker. You dumb ass. You listen to these white motherfucking talking points. Oh, black power means the same thing as white power. And blah, blah. No, it don't, motherfucker. Go fuck yourself. No, it don't.
Just like
economic, social, and political fucking power. That's what we fighting for. Something we don't have in this country. You motherfuckers is fighting for to keep a foot on motherfuckers' necks. That's what you motherfuckers fighting for. So you go fuck yourself. hurts you. My fault. I forgot about that part. I got triggered. Go ahead. Yeah. So
all right, y'all. So we're gonna get into this Malcolm X story real quick. All right, y'all. So this comes from the Washington Post. Malcolm X's family reveals letter they say shows NYPD FBI assassination involvement. Family members of Malcolm X have revealed a letter written by the New York police officer they say shows the NYPD and FBI were behind the 1965 assassination of the famed Black leader. In the 2011 letter by the now dead officer Raymond A. Wood stated that Wood had been compelled by his supervisors at the New York Police Department to coax two members of Malcolm X's security team into committing crimes, leading to their arrest just a few days before the assassination. They were then unable to secure the entry to New York's Audubon Ballroom, where Malcolm X had been speaking when he was killed. Wood maintained that the arrests were part of a conspiracy by the NYPD and the FBI to murder Malcolm X, who had become disenchanted with the Nation of Islam and left the Black separatist group to start his own organization, the Muslim Mosque. I was a Black New York City undercover police officer between May of 1964 through May of 1971, Wood's letter began. I participated in actions that in hindsight were deplorable and detrimental to my own Black people. Under the direction of my handlers, I was told to encourage leaders and members of the civil rights groups to commit felonious acts. Wood said he was hired by the NYPD to infiltrate the civil rights groups, quote, to find evidence of criminal activity so the FBI could discredit and arrest its leaders. He said that he threatened to resign, but that supervisors said if he did, they would charge him with false crimes. His supervisors, Wood said, concocted an alleged plot to bomb the Statue of Liberty that implicated the members of Malcolm X's security detail and led to their arrest. On the day of the assassination, Wood said, his supervisors ordered him to the Audubon Ballroom, where he was identified by witnesses while leaving the scene. Khalil Islam, also known as Thomas Johnson, quote, was later arrested and wrongfully convicted to protect my cover in the streets of the FBI and NYPD, he said. The letter was presented at a news conference Saturday in New York by Malcolm X's three daughters and civil rights attorney Ben Crump. I don't know why they got him. Anyway, a cousin of Wood, Reggie Wood, joined them in revealing the letter's contents at the Malcolm X and Dr. Betty Shabazz Memorial and Educational Center on the site where the Audubon Ballroom once stood. Raymond Wood, who had written the letter shortly after being diagnosed with stomach cancer, had stipulated to his cousin that he did not want his involvement to be made public until after his death. His cancer went into remission in 2012 and did not die until November 24, 2020. Sunday marked the 56th anniversary of the assassination. At her daily briefing Monday, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki was asked about the revelations in the letter. I have not seen that letter, she said. If you want to provide it to us, girl, shut up. I'm happy to have the right person look into it after this briefing. Early last year, Manhattan District Attorney Cyrus Vance announced that his office would review the convictions of two Nation of Islam members who were held responsible in Malcolm X's killings. One of the men who confessed to the killing, Mujahid Abdul Halim, aka Talmadge Hayer or Thomas Hagen, has maintained since his 1966 trial that the other two nation members, Islam and Muhammad Aziz, aka Norman Butler, were innocent. Halim served 45 years in prison before he was paroled in 2010. Islam paroled in 1987, died in 2009. Aziz, 83, was paroled in 1985. The Innocence Project, along with attorney David B. Shanies, are fighting to clear Islam's and Aziz's name. A 2020 documentary series on Netflix, Who Killed Malcolm X, and efforts by the Innocence Project prompted Vance to review whether to reopen the case. After Sunday's news conference, Vance's office released a statement saying its review of this matter is active and ongoing. In a separate statement, the NYPD said it had, a quote, has provided all available records relevant to the case to the district attorney. The department remains committed, to assist with the review in any way. The FBI has declined to comment. The assassination of Malcolm X has long been a subject of fascination to historians and activists, given the acrimony between Nation of Islam leader Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X after his break with the group. According to witnesses in the Audubon Ballroom on February 21st, 1965, a man rushed forward and shot Malcolm once in the chest with a sawed-off shotgun, as two other men also charged the stage firing semi-automatic handguns. Malcolm X was pronounced dead that afternoon, shortly after arriving at the hospital. Malcolm X's widow, Betty Shabazz, says she believed current Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan, a protege of Malcolm X, was involved in her husband's assassination. In the December 4th, 1964 issue of Muhammad Speaks, the organization's newspaper, Farrakhan wrote, "The die is set and Malcolm shall not escape. Such a man is worthy of death." He later acknowledged that his remarks played a role in the assassination. After confessing at length to his cousin Raymond Wood, wrote the letter believing he would die soon. Reggie Wood said at the news conference that on the advice of Crump, he planned to publish a short memoir of his cousin's confessions, which covered other matters as well. I can only imagine. I'm aging and in failing health. Recently, I learned about the death of Thomas Johnson, and I'm deeply concerned that with my death, family will not be able to exonerate him. Raymond Wood wrote in the 2011 letter, "It is my hope that this information is received with the understanding that I have carried these secrets with a heavy heart and remorsefully regret my participation in this matter." Crump called on Vance's office to launch a full reinvestigation of Malcolm X's assassination. Who more personified the Black liberation movement in America in 1965 than civil rights icon Malcolm X? Crump said at the news conference, "Lord, the FBI was trying to stop another Black Messiah from uniting African Americans. This was orchestrated, and the only way we get justice, restorative justice or otherwise, is with truth." All right, there you have it. And I'm going to go to Psycho, because Psycho, honey, he definitely want to go in on this. So you got it.
Yeah. You already know. Because y'all, if you pay attention to this channel long enough, let me put this disclaimer out here. All you cult members, this is the part where y'all might get a little triggered. So trigger warning to cult members, you might want to click off now unless you feel like getting emotional. All right, now let's get into this, man. Right? We heard the article. We heard the claims that was made on the deathbed about the police. Putting out a fake claim that the security of Malcolm X's security was threatening to blow up the Statue of Liberty. Right? Now, this shit sounds crazy all in this fucking self, right? Like, these motherfuckers straight treat these motherfuckers like they was Osama bin Laden or something, right? Talking about they gonna blow up the Statue of Liberty. Like, what significance would the dad have done? What would that have done exactly if they did blow up the fucking Statue of Liberty? And now what? What would that do? Did they even have the technology in 1965 to do this? You know how much TNT it would have took for them to do this shit? They ain't had no nuclear weapons or nothing. They'd have had to be working with some C4, some TNT and some shit. You know how much that shit would have took to take down the statue? That shit is on a fucking island, built on all kinds of rocks and everything. Like, you know how much shit that would have took for them to actually blow that shit up? That don't even sound realistic, right? But at the end of the day, they went on ahead, locked them up, got them up out of there, and made it easy for the assassination of Malcolm X to happen at the Autobahn, right? Now, we know all this, right? Renee just read all this and everything else, but I'm a little bit surprised why this is even a motherfucking story, truth be told, right? Because, people obviously don't pay attention to my channel, or these motherfuckers haven't studied the motherfucking, the assassination of Malcolm X, because they would know that, the shit that was told to them was the initial killers was all bullshit, right? Because we all know, Malcolm got killed at the Autobahn by some assassins that ran up in there with guns. You had two with handguns, then one with a shotgun, and the shotgun was the fatal blow that took Malcolm out. This is them rolling Malcolm out right now. After the Autobahn, they go a closer shot. This is him right after he was assassinated, right? Right. We're gonna get back into that, right? Now, if you paid attention to this motherfucking channel, right, you would have known certain things, and you would have known that the police was infiltrated, had infiltrated Malcolm X's organization, right? Like this is known knowledge if you did the research, or again if you paid attention to this channel, because I already did the research and gave it to you motherfuckers many years ago. Reiterated it last year when all this Malcolm X stuff popped off again. That was last February too, by the way. I'll get into that later. But now here he is this February, and this Malcolm X assassination is popping off again. And people are acting dumbfounded again. Why? I don't know. I guess it's more people that don't know the truth than us. But yes, the police had infiltrated Malcolm X's organization. This is known already. This isn't some new shit, right? We know on his face it was thought that there was no police in the Autobahn when the assassination happened. Well, apparently, a lot of people do not know or realize that there was actually a police officer in the Autobahn when Malcolm X was assassinated. There was one solo, lone, undercover police officer, NYPD, and the man's name is Gene Roberts. Real name Eugene Roberts, right? And there he goes right there. And this was taken moments before Malcolm X got assassinated, right? Now this man, Eugene Roberts, that's circled in this picture, just so happened to be the head of Malcolm X's security at that time. That's how deep he was in Malcolm X's organization. And he was keeping tabs on Malcolm X. He was keeping tabs on Malcolm X the entire time, reporting back to police about everything that's going on, the whispers and everything else about his assassination and all that, right? Now, it's rumored that this ain't a rumor, this is actually true. He actually was the person that seated the assassins of Malcolm X in the front row. He's the one who was actually seating people places, and he purposely sat Malcolm X's assassins in the front row. Right? Right. Now, we're going to get into all that. But just in case, you motherfuckers out here whacking all shocked and people that don't know, let me help you motherfuckers out on who Eugene Roberts is and how deep this rabbit hole goes with this Eugene Roberts. Because right after this whole Malcolm X assassination happened, he was still undercover and had infiltrated the Black Panther movement years later in New York. And he was a part of a trial that the Black Panthers in New York, the Black Panther chapter in New York had in the 70s, where it was they was on trial for attempting to blow up a building. Right? They was on trial for this, and in this trial, Eugene Roberts was one of the witnesses in this trial. And he had to, come out of his cover in order to do this. So let's get into this real quick, and let's show you motherfuckers, again, this is all old information. I don't know why people are rehashing this again. But let's get into it, because I'm going to get deeper in it. You know what I mean? But before I do, let's get into this real quick. Wait up, I don't want to distort this. Okay, let's go.
Undercover agents, besides Ralph White, was Gene Roberts. And pre-trial, when the Panthers realized that this leader was missing and that he wasn't around, that he was likely to be a witness at the trial, we started to look into his background. And lo and behold, found out prior to the trial that Gene Roberts came to the Panthers with a big history in the Black liberation movement, for he was Malcolm X's bodyguard. And on February 21st, 1966, at the Audubon Ballroom on 168th Street, Broadway, Gene Roberts, standing alongside Malcolm X when he was shot, kneeled, and the press said gave mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. And nobody ever heard the name Gene Roberts again. Well, now we knew that we had a witness who had not only been one of the founding fathers of the Black Panther Party, but for years was a long-term intelligence operative in the Black movement, spying on everybody from Malcolm X and thereafter. And during my cross-examination of Gene Roberts, I knew at some point I was going to confront him with his history, which hadn't yet been disclosed. But this was looking for an opportune moment. On direct examination, he testified for a week as to every meeting, every event in the Black Panther Party's history in New York. Who said what, who did what. And it was truly amazing how prepared and devastating he was, and how hostile, and how he hurt on his direct examination. Somewhere in the first or second day of my cross-examination, there came an opportune moment. And I said to him, aren't you part of an assassination group? And he said, what are you talking about? I said, didn't you participate in the murder of Malcolm X? And he said, no, I didn't. And I said, well, let's stop for a minute. There was an event at the Audubon Ballroom on February 21st, 1966 that you attended? Yes. And you were his bodyguard that night? Yes. And usually when he spoke, there were hordes of police always there because of differences in Muslim groups and difference in attitudes. Yes. And that night there were no hordes of police there, were there? He said no. And said, that night you were the only policeman there. And he said, I don't know that. Maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. And I said, you saw people in the audience stand up in front of Malcolm and shoot him, kill him, didn't you? He said, yes, I did. He said, did you ever testify at any trial that ever occurred? No. Is it a fact that they wanted to keep your identity even though you were an eyewitness to the whole thing secret? And he said, yes. He said, well, isn't it a fact that after he was shot, you bent over and made sure he was dead? He said, no, I was trying to save him. I loved him. It was like an astonishing moment. he suddenly came out of this, wherever, he was like an automaton testifying on direct, very unemotional, very clear, and all of a sudden he was something else. And from that moment on, he minimized Panther acts, not maximized them for the benefit of the prosecution. He almost became a defense witness. His whole demeanor changed. And lawyer after lawyer were able to get good things out of him. And thereafter, after it was all over, he went to the bars and never came out of them.
All right. And there y'all go, family. Y'all got to hear for yourselves from a lawyer that got a chance to press him in the 70s during the Black Panther case. And he got to mention that. And you got to hear the testimony that he gave on the stand. And yeah, he said 1966, actually 65. He had his years off. But yeah, y'all got to hear for yourselves about Mr. Eugene Roberts, right? That was, excuse me, I said head of security. He was actually the bodyguard of Malcolm X, right? Now, you know, again, this man has been a known motherfucking undercover NYPD officer since the 70s, right? Since the 70s, because you heard him say that the NYPD decided to keep this man's identity still secret even after his assassination, even though he was an eyewitness. And they still decided to keep that man's identity secret and let the two motherfuckers who got arrested for Malcolm's assassination to bite the bullet, right? Right. But there you go, right there, yet again. That's Eugene Roberts right there. The only police officer that was in the building undercover. Right? Right. So again, y'all got to hear his testimony and all that. So knowing that the police knew what was going to happen is not anything new. This is just confirmation to what motherfuckers like me have been telling you motherfuckers for years on here. When people thought I was full of shit, right? Now, my issue with this coming out is this right here. This coming out right here is going to give certain people a motherfucking out to try to, you know, remove responsibility from the people that actually pulled the trigger, right? Because the police and the feds, this is already known. The police and the feds knew that this assassination attempt was going to happen. But what you're going to hear these cult members running around here saying and trying to allude to is that these were the police and the feds that actually shot Malcolm. And that part is the bold-faced lie. Right? The police and the feds are not the people that actually shot Malcolm X. I have went through this so many times on here, debunking all these silly ass cult members' arguments to the point where some of these motherfuckers don't even want to talk to me no motherfucking boy. Cool, I'm with that. It don't matter. I don't fuck around with cults. But if y'all motherfuckers pay attention to the infamous shot right here of said alleged killer coming out of the Autobahn, right? Now, this was one of the men who shot Malcolm. This ain't the guy who had the fatal shot, but this is one of the guys who shot Malcolm, right? But the guy who shot the fatal shot was the guy who actually had the shotgun. And it just so happens the motherfucker who had the shotgun is actually in this picture right here. The man who shot the shotgun was a man by name of William Bradley. And William Bradley will be the dark-skinned, chunky dude all the way on the right with the little papers coming out of his pocket of his coat. That would be no other than the actual killer known as William Bradley. And there he goes right there, family. There go a mugshot of him. When he got locked up out in East Orange, New Jersey. Because just in case you didn't know, this killer and the other assailants that entered the Autobahn with him all came from the North Mosque number 25, the old Mosque number 25, out on South Orange Avenue in Newark, New Jersey. Right? This is the real killer who got away with it. Not the motherfuckers who got locked up out in the New York chapter. No. The killers actually came from the New Jersey North Mosque number 25 chapter. Right? Right. Know what I'm saying? And let me see, wait up. I'm coming, family. There you go, right here again. This is him at his older age, right before he passed away. He passed away not too long after this picture was taken. But this was him. He actually got to live to his old age and got away with it. Right? By the time the whispers really started getting loud and people started asking questions, he died not too long after. But this is the real killer. And this is not a police officer. This is not a federal agent. This is a motherfucker from the Nation of fucking Islam. This is a motherfucker from a fucking jailhouse coat. I'm gonna call it what the fuck it is. Gangsters in bow ties. That's where this motherfucker comes from. He ain't no fucking federal agent. He ain't no police officer. Miss me with the bullshit, you fucking apologists. You fucking cult members. We gonna keep it a buck. Don't try to use this article as a fucking way to excuse that jailhouse coat. Because you don't get that off, motherfuckers. That will be like me exonerating Karenga and the US organization for knocking off Bunchy, Carter, and John Huggins out of UCLA because they had batteries thrown in their back from the feds. So therefore, I'm going to give Karenga and them a pass. That wasn't Karenga and them that killed them. That was COINTELPRO. No, fuck that. That was Karenga and them silly ass motherfucking dashiki wearing ass Negroes that did that shit. Did they get a battery thrown in their back? Yes. Are they the ones who pulled the trigger? No. They made it easy for these weirdos to pull the fucking trigger. Y'all motherfuckers don't even know how the fuck COINTELPRO works. You dumb motherfuckers. COINTELPRO works like this. It is called counterintelligence program. That's what COINTELPRO means. What they do is they stir shit up. They get a schism started amongst two groups that they do not like, and they allow these two groups to take each other out. They don't actually pull the trigger. They don't actually get there and actually perform the assassination. First of all, federal agents and NYPD wouldn't be dumb enough to motherfucking have an assassination happen right there in front of all those peoples and eyewitnesses. That's not how they move. If they're gonna kill a motherfucker, they're gonna do it MLK style. With a mysterious bullet coming from with people pointing in one direction and they saying the bullet came from another and nobody can figure shit out. That's how the feds and them motherfuckers get down. That's how the CIA get down. Mysterious bullets. Not a Negro running up after somebody says, get your hand out my pocket. He run up there with a shotgun, but now. That's not how feds get down. They more motherfucking discreet with they shit. So miss me with this was the feds and the cops and all that shit. No, they knew it was going to happen. Yes, the feds and the cops knew it was going to happen. Did they make it easy for it to happen? Fuck yeah, they made it easy for it to happen. Are they the ones who pulled the trigger? Fuck no, they ain't the ones who pulled the trigger. Stop making excuses. And we all know who you making excuses for. We all know who you making excuses for. The same motherfucker who helped conspire to get Malcolm fucking taken out. Because, what? What are you talking about, psycho? Oh, the same motherfucker. The same motherfucker who not only founded the motherfucking North chapter, Mosque number 25, but the motherfucker who was actually at said chapter, Mosque number 25 in North New Jersey, the night before the killers left said mosque and went out and murdered Malcolm. And who would that be? No other than Louis fucking X. That's right, AKA Louis Farrakhan. Oops, my bad, Farrakhan. Farrakhan. That's who these Negroes keep trying to protect. Y'all keep trying to protect this coon-ass Negro. You cult members. You apologists. Stop protecting this fuckboy. Y'all know this motherfucker had something to do with this shit. He didn't pull the trigger, but don't act like that motherfucker didn't have something to do with it. Don't act like he himself, just like the feds, just like the NYPD, didn't know that hit was going to fucking happen. He knew. He was one of the people. He was one of them Nation of Islam members. He was one of those Nation of Islam members that was running around preaching that Malcolm needs to get his tongue ripped out. That Malcolm needs to be dealt with. Peace, Faulkner. Appreciate that. Thanks for the super chat. He's the one who said Malcolm needed to be dealt with. He's been quoted as saying such. Riling up the masses. Him and other ministers in that piece of shit ass coat was making threats for about damn near a year before they assassinated him. Calling him a hypocrite, a Judas, a traitor. And you motherfuckers want to make excuses for this piece of shit right here. Fuck Farrakhan. Y'all motherfuckers ain't fooling me with that dumb. I know what the hell going on around here. I know you motherfuckers love fucking caping for. That motherfucker was jealous of Malcolm. He was jealous of Malcolm. He wanted Malcolm's spot. He wanted Malcolm's spot. He the one who helped get Malcolm silenced. Please. That motherfucker was scheming to take over the nation since Malcolm was alive. Trying to wiggle his way in position so he could take over the coat. But he knew he could never get that with Malcolm there. He knew they'll never pass over leadership to him with Malcolm there. And when Malcolm left, he became a bigger threat because now the nation is going to be split. Because you're going to have motherfuckers going to say, fuck this shit, I'm rocking with Malcolm. Stop. Stop. Stop protecting this coon. The nation killed him. This ain't even a fucking debate. I'm not even debating you motherfuckers know more about this shit because y'all never bring no real information. The nation killed Malcolm. Y'all can tell me the pigs knew all about it. Okay, true. You can tell me the feds knew all about it. Okay, true. But when you weirdos sit up here and try to tell me the feds and the police are the ones who pulled the trigger, y'all are full of shit. Y'all disingenuous. And y'all protecting the coon. That's what's going on. Anyways, Renee, you there? You should be there by now, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, you want to chime in real quick?
Honestly, you went in. Like, you went in and you're, very well studied on all of this. So the only thing that I will add to it is just still the legacy of Judas and the Black Messiah. Like, I don't know. At the end of the day, like, who didn't know the NYPD and FBI was involved? Like, who didn't know that? Like, I think that goes without saying. But yeah, it's just unfortunate. And we know that he was assassinated just past February 21st. And that's not even a day you really want to have to recognize, but I do just want to show honor to him and all that he did, and how relevant he still is to this day. I mean, he's so relevant. Like, he's just one of those icons. So Psycho broke all of that down for y'all. That's definitely his wheelhouse, and he be going in. So, is your did you say if your documentary still up?
Yeah, that documentary is still up. Yeah, y'all can find out the whole history of the Nation of Islam all the way up to the 2000s, from the inception all the way up to the 2000s. You can get all the info right there, at least most of it, especially in the assassination. You can get all the goods. How this shit went down, how certain people are implicated, how certain things are omitted whenever this conversation comes up again. Farrakhan, people always buck dance around him. Oh no, that documentary ain't buck dancing around shit. It's putting the blame where the fuck it should be. Absolutely.
Give me 1 second, I got a delivery. I'll be right back.
Handle your business. But yes, and I knew this was going to happen, family. The second I saw this story break, I was like, oh boy, here we go. Now these motherfuckers going to start saying, oh, the police did it. look, this is proof the police did it. This is proof the feds did it. No, motherfucker. This is proof that they knew. This is just proof that they knew. Shocker. I already knew that they knew. This ain't nothing. This is new news to you. This ain't new news to me. I already knew that they knew. I knew this already. I mean, that they knew. The feds knew too. Feds knew everything. They knew everything back then. They had informants everywhere. So yeah, the feds knew a whole lot. They knew more than just this. But yes, this is one of the things they knew. Shocker. The police knew. Shocker. Did they make it easy for it to happen? Yeah. Shocker. They wanted Malcolm dead too. They just didn't want to be the motherfuckers to do it. Why should we get our hands dirty? These Negroes running around, jumping around from platform to platform saying how we should all jump up here and kill him. Saying motherfuckers should blow up his house and pull out his tongue and do this, that, and third, everything else. We ain't gotta do shit. Just sit back, wait for it to happen. Y'all need help? You need us to get rid of their security for them? We'll get rid of the security for them. There you go. Go ahead, Negro, do what you do. But miss me with this bullshit. This motherfucker, the police did that shit. Police ain't do that shit. Look how the police did Fred Hampton. The police did that. That's how the police do shit. They just go up and shoot up your fucking house and say that somebody called 911 and said there was motherfucking hot, you had kidnapped somebody. That's how the police get down. If the police is going to assassinate a motherfucker, they just ran up in Malcolm's house. They just ran up in his house, assassinated him, and did some other shit and made it seem like it was the nation. They would have did that bullshit ass cosplay, fucking bullshit ass fucking song and dance where they gonna pretend like they running up in front of all these people, put their head out my pocket and shoot them up and everything else. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You motherfuckers don't understand how the fuck motherfuckers move. That's not how the police move. That's not how the feds move. Do they kill people? Yes. But that's not how they kill people. You can't give me history of them motherfuckers killing people like this. That's not how they kill people. They kill people like they did Fred Hampton. That's how they kill people. They don't do this other shit where you doing all this bullshit. Yeah, I'm gonna dress up like I'm down with the nation and do all this other shit. No, that's not how they do shit. That's not how the pigs do shit. You motherfuckers don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. And y'all just making excuses for a fucking coon. Stop. She got my fucking nerves. Google a motherfucker named James 3X. James 3X. The former minister of said Mosque number 25 from North New Jersey on South Orange Ave, where where Malcolm X killers came from. He was the minister. James 3X was the minister of this chapter and the Jersey City chapter. He was the minister of both. The minister of the North chapter and the Jersey City chapter. Google that motherfucker and you'll find out he got assassinated in 1973. In 1973, 8 years later, from that same mosque, murdered another cult member, got murdered. That's all the Nation of Islam do is murder their own. They don't do shit to that white devil they always talk about. All they fucking do is murder their fucking own. All they ever do is threaten their own. All they ever do is try to bully their own. They don't do shit to that white devil they always talk shit about. That shit's just feel-goodery. So they get your money. Let's keep that a buck. Y'all want to talk about it? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about these murderers. Motherfuckers think they had something to do with Khalid's death. and I wouldn't doubt it. I don't exonerate them from that. I can't prove that, but I don't exonerate them from that either. I don't say, oh, well, they ain't had nothing to do with that shit. I don't know. I don't know. If you look at their history, you look at their history, you can't with complete shadow of a doubt say they had nothing to do with Khalid's motherfucking death. Unexpected death. You can't say without a shadow of doubt they had nothing to do with it, not in all honesty. I don't know. I think I hear Renee. Renee, you back?
Yes, I'm back. Thank you. Thank you for holding. Nah, but you good. You going in. Like I said, y'all, this is Psycho's wheelhouse, so.
Yes, I have studied this shit religiously. Like I said, these motherfuckers don't want that. That's why people get mad at me. They get mad at me because they can't give me nothing but emotionalism. I start spitting facts. I start giving dates. I start giving documents. I start giving quotes. I start giving times and dates where people was at and what the layout was. Everything. We can break it down. We can get into it.
And just to show you, just to say this real quick about the feds, because this is something I just saw, that today, they had some more hearings or whatever about the Capitol riots, and the Capitol Police are saying it was the FBI. They said the FBI did not plan and did not set up things the way they were supposed to set up, knowing that the FBI already had all the intel. So, we already know what it is. These people been doing this stuff. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, they knew all about this shit. They had wiretaps everywhere. Everybody was everything. They had informants. Yeah, they knew all this shit. They knew what the fuck was going to go down, but it wasn't their job to try to stop it. It wasn't their job. In fact, it was their job to escalate it.
Absolutely.
It was their job to find out who got schisms with each other and make it worse. Throw gasoline on the fire. That was their job.
That's their job, period. That's their job, period. When you look at the situation with, talking about from everything that happened, of course, to Malcolm X, to everything that happened to, you can go back to Marcus Garvey, of course. We know that was the first black federal agent.
That was J. Edgar Hoover's first case. Yeah, but I'm saying they hired the first black federal agent just in order to take down to take down Marcus Garvey. So, it's a legacy. That's exactly what the FBI is. Like, they are there to instigate. They are there to flame tensions, particularly in the black community, in terms of any types of black organizations, pushing for liberation of black people. So the very same tactics that they used on Marcus Garvey, setting him up with the whole mail fraud situation and all of that kind of stuff, to what they did to Malcolm X. And what's so funny? Because we know the Judas and the Black Messiah movie recently came out, and something in common between Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, and Fred Hampton, it was all documented that they couldn't find anything on them. It was all documented that they couldn't find, them to be in drugs or them to be in certain illicit behaviors. That all three of these men, because I believe on Marcus Garvey, they said, we're going to try to get him on the business angle because we couldn't get him in any other type of illicit means. We couldn't get him on any type of moral, issues. And so the same thing with Malcolm X, the same thing with Fred Hampton. They couldn't get them. So, they did whatever else they needed to do. And, they created more division amongst black organizations. So, yeah, I just thought that was interesting. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like I was saying, you know, like boy, you already, because I told you when this story first broke, Renee can back me up. That first thing out my mouth, Renee, when this story broke, I said, what did I say they was going to do?
They was going to try to use it as a means to exonerate the NOI.
Yep. That was the first thing I said when I saw that story. I was like,
any, responsibility for what happened, any involvement, pulling the trigger, whatever the case may be, that they were going to use this story as a means of, saying, oh no, see, we didn't do anything, but It's like, you did. I mean, it's a lot of information pointing to, and let me say this, I know a lot of people say that the Nation of Islam did a lot for Black people and all of those kinds of things. But did they? I mean, but did they? You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, I mean, I know they say, they got to help some people get off drugs and help people do certain things or whatever. But how has that really furthered the Black community as a whole? You have to be down with the cult. You have to have the cult mind. You have to align with everything that they say is right and exact. And if you are not a part of that, then you don't have the protection. You don't have the whatever. And me and Psycho was talking about this the other day, how Malcolm X was on an interview before, and he was asked, because this was after the bombing of the church and the 4 little Black girls that were killed. And, he was basically asking him like, okay, well, if y'all really about an eye for an eye, where is the response to, where's the violence back to the violence being placed upon Black people? And at that time, Malcolm was still with the NOI, and he was under, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So he had to ride with whatever they were saying. And their whole thing was, and his response, Malcolm's response was, essentially, if you're not a Muslim, you're not protected. Essentially, his response was, you got to kind of be down with us in order for, hold on a second.
Okay. Renee just took off, but let me see what's going on. I don't know what ABC up here talking about. I don't know if you're talking about me, but if you're talking about me, the feds didn't kill Malcolm. The feds knew Malcolm was going to be killed, and they didn't do nothing. Well, they knew the attempt of Malcolm's life was going to happen, and they didn't do shit to try to stop it. Actually, they helped stir it up, right? They helped stir it up, but they're not the ones who pulled the trigger. The NIO already had batteries in their fucking back a long time ago. They didn't really even need a whole lot of pushing out the window. This wasn't a us organization versus the Black Panthers where it was a whole lot of feds just throwing a whole lot of shit in the game. No, they didn't need a whole lot of shit to be thrown in the game to have the Nation of Islam wanting to fucking take care of Malcolm. That's kind of how they like to do things. That's kind of how they historically, that is how they've done things. You understand? Like I said, look up these other people that names are being thrown out there. I saw a couple other people throw some other names out there in the chat. And like I said, look up from the same mosque, from the exact same mosque. Look up James 3X. Like, did the feds and the police do that? Did they have something to do with that in 1973? No. This is just how these motherfuckers get down. This is what they do. You a Farrakhan apologist? Maybe you a Farrakhan apologist. I don't know. But fuck Farrakhan. Fuck Farrakhan and all you apologists out there who's caping for a fucking a person who conspired to take out Malcolm. Fuck all you motherfuckers. How about that? How about that, you fucking cult members? Y'all motherfuckers be wildin'. That silly nonsense. Always taking up with fucking Farrakhan. That motherfucker had any fucking thing to do with it. He was at that mosque. He was in New Jersey the night before the fucking Autobahn murder. And that motherfucker just so happens the murderers came from that same mosque. Mm-hmm. The same mosque he was looking over. The same mosque he was at the night before. And the next day, these motherfucking murderers from that mosque took their asses over to the Autobahn and murdered them. And the feds and the police knew it was going to happen, and them motherfuckers sat there and made it easy for them. Made it easy for it to happen. Huh? Mm-hmm. So why you motherfuckers ain't questioning why the feds is assisting the Nation of Islam? Mm-hmm. Why you motherfuckers ain't questioning that? Why y'all ain't questioning how come Louis Farrakhan was able to motherfucking skate away scot-free, never to even motherfucking hit trial or nothing for this motherfucking murder? Even though he was quoted as saying some wild ass shit needs to happen to Malcolm. Mm-hmm. Yep. You ever thought maybe this motherfucker sat up here and okay, I don't know what the fuck just happened right there, but y'all ever thought that this motherfucker sat up here and was motherfucking working with the feds itself? Y'all ever thought about that? No, y'all ain't think about that shit. Cause you motherfuckers sit up here and caping for a fucking weirdo. That's what you motherfuckers over there doing. Shit's disgusting. Stop it. Stop it. Nobody benefited more off Malcolm's death than motherfucking Louis Farrakhan. Nobody. Nobody benefited more. This is facts. This is facts.
And that's the thing, right? Who said, Dr. Amos Wilson, if you want to know how to, if you want to know how to solve a problem, or if you want to deal with a problem, don't look at who suffers from it, look who benefits from it. So you can use that same mentality. Who would benefit from Malcolm's death? And it would be multiple people, but you can't tell me that Farrakhan and NOI wouldn't be at the top of the list, right along with the FBI and everybody else. So that's why you have a combination of factors. But what I was saying was that, when he was under Elijah Muhammad, he couldn't really talk about protecting Black people, so to speak. It had to be under the umbrella of the Nation of Islam. So if you're not Nation of Islam, if you're not putting in on this, you don't get protection. Even if it's for little Black girls, even if it's a church bombing with children, and I can tell, Malcolm was conflicted. But when Malcolm got from underneath that, he was talking about really having Black people being able to defend ourselves. He was talking about aligning with Black people on the continent, so we had something to back us up in terms of the violence or brutality against us. But when he was with the Nation of Islam, oh no, because as much as they use racialized, their whole thing is built on race, they don't care about all Black people. Okay, you got to be selling bean pies, newspapers. You got to be paying dues. You got to be putting in on this. We ain't about no Black folk. We about who's over here. And they also subscribe to. Now, there's certain things that I support that Elijah Muhammad said or stood for. I think he has some important things or whatever, but that's like with anybody. You know what I'm saying? You can find something that they stood for that you support or that you agree with. But I think overall, I don't think ultimately they were really beneficial for the Black community as a whole. You just it's a cult at the end of the day. And whenever we're aligning under the pretenses of religion, whenever you're aligning under something like that, you're not going to really be effective for a whole community, because that requires people to believe in something. You're requiring for me to believe in something and to uphold that religious belief system, religious doctrine in order to be a part of this. Whereas what we're a part of is genetic. Being Black is a genetic thing. It's not a religion thing. It's not a cult thing. And, that's what they may help to make it. So, you know, I don't mean any disrespect in general. That's just my view on it, to be honest. And I've evolved in that view because years ago, I was more so like, you know, I looked in a much more favorable light about the NOI because I felt that they did help a lot of Black people, you know, in certain elements of their life and get themselves together. But did they? Like I said, but did they? And at what cost?
No.
At what cost? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And at what cost? And then you had, you know, them take out Malcolm helps, in my opinion. It was a combination of factors, but they were definitely involved, in my opinion. And then even when you look after, you look at the whole Million Man March, right? And then you had the second Million Man March. And what did they say? What was it? Justice or else? Or else what? How many years ago was that now? Or else what? And if you're talking about, you know, money and being able to establish wealth, the NOI has established wealth. Louis Farrakhan has established wealth for himself. Let's be clear. So when you say justice or else, it never, no, and or else it never came. You had all of these other Black people who have been killed since that time. You know, a lot of major cases, a lot of major situations that are well known and cannot be denied. Where's the or else part? You got the fruit of Islam and whatever else you got going on. Okay, so what's really good then? So, yeah. That's just kind of my view on that.
Yeah, it's all facts. It's all facts.
And see what appeals, and I'm sorry, I'm going to say this too. And what appeals to Black people about the NOI is a lot of superficial things, you know, like dressing in a suit, right? Like quote unquote cleaning ourselves up in that manner. Like the pants aren't sagging and hat to the side or whatever the case may be.
Wear a suit. Wear a suit.
Right. You're wearing a suit. The women are covering their hair and being modest. It's a lot of superficiality, but not a lot of substance. And so it's not to say that. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that all stems from they beliefs, right? Because they talk this whole nationhood, they all about Black, you know, give this impression that they all about Black power, which is bullshit. First of all, the shit's nothing but some knockoff masonry bullshit, right? Right? Because they modeled themselves behind Masons. That's pretty much because first of all, they modeled themselves behind the Moors, which was Noble Drew Ali and the Moorish Science Temple, right? And they modeled themselves a lot behind Masonry, right? They had a lot of Masonic type rituals and everything else, and hierarchies and everything, the way they move. And the Nation of Islam branched off from that, and they also had a lot of Masonry type motherfucking things. If you go look, you'll see pictures of Elijah Muhammad with Masonry type motherfucking shit. He got fezzes on and everything else, this, that, and the third. Like, this is all Masonic shit, right? Like all that fez shit and everything else. Like these motherfuckers try to model themselves behind Masonry, right? And it's some bullshit, right? Like that's how they modeled this coat behind this. Like, this is what a lot of people don't even know what the fuck's going on. That's why a lot of these motherfuckers all in these suit and ties and bow ties. They motherfuckers out in fucking Egypt ain't wearing fucking bow ties. You modeled yourself behind some motherfucking Middle Eastern religion wearing bow ties and motherfucking suits and shit. Man, you go take your ass out there with them bow ties and motherfucking and suits, you be sweating your motherfucking ass off, losing your fucking mind. What the hell is you out here wearing and shit? Talking, man, stop it. You motherfuckers are European, y'all motherfuckers are westernized to the motherfucker. A bunch of westernized motherfucking Muslims. That's the hell y'all are. Blackwashed ass fucking jailhouse fuck shit. Pseudo ass motherfucking religion. Stop it. Stop it. Just like Renee said, these motherfuckers don't do shit for motherfucking Black people. They don't do shit for Black people. These motherfuckers do shit for the fucking Nation of Islam. That's who the fuck they do shit for. These motherfuckers, oh, look what the Nation of Islam do for the community and all that. They don't do shit for the community. Fuck these motherfuckers do. You gotta be a part of the nation to motherfucking reap any type of I guess whatever you deem to be benefits, you gotta actually join these motherfuckers. You gotta, and by the time you join these motherfuckers, pay all your tithes and sell all these newspapers and bean pies and every fucking thing else, by the time you reap any little bit of benefits or whatever, you done already paid into that shit. You done already paid into anything else. Like you are funding other motherfuckers. Like y'all gotta give X amount of y'all money to these motherfuckers and everything else, especially if they find you a job. These motherfuckers taking money out off top. Like these motherfuckers is a straight code. These motherfuckers, I say it's organized crime. These motherfuckers is an organized crime syndicate. I can really beat these fucking senseless. I ain't even gotta beat down their pseudo spirituality. I can beat down this organization as an org, because that's what it is. This ain't no fucking. They try to do this criminal organization under the guise of some spiritual faith, some kind of some religion. Bullshit. This is a criminal organization under the guise of some spiritual bullshit, so y'all can get tax exemptions and all this other fuck shit. Get y'all asses the fuck out of here. Stop it. I'll pass the mic.
No, you 100% on point. You 100% on point. And I mean, even such, like, and Muchacha in your comment, yes, I totally agree. And that's one of the elements, like I said, that I do support for the NOI is the, sobering up kind of element or whatever like that. But I mean, okay, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, okay, and what else? You feel me? Like, that can be a good thing, but how are those people, like, as a whole empowered? And how is the Black community really on any better footing because of the NOI when they use race? They use Black people to sell this, but they don't really protect or defend Black people in general. Like I said, you have to be down with the cult. They have a vested interest in the people that they help to clean up or whatever. Those people to then come in and continue to help fund the organization, that help continue to fund the crime organization, if you will. Like Psycho said, there's a vested interest there. It's not just about the community, because you got to contribute. Like I said, you got to put in to get in on this. You can't just be in because you Black. Now, it don't work like that. You don't get protection just because you Black. You got to be down with it. So I have a problem with that. And then even if you look in recent years, like more recent years of like so much anti-Blackness that's come from Louis Farrakhan himself. Like, I've never quite understood, even when I was more favorable to the Nation of Islam, I've never quite understood why so many people put Louis Farrakhan on a pedestal. Like, I never really got where that was from. And he has said so many anti-Black comments. I'm sure plenty of us have heard about the eyebrow conversation and things like that. And it's just like, they're not really about Africa. You feel me? They're not really about our connection for real to the motherland. They really want a distance from that. And they really want a distance from Black people in general. And a lot of it, while, like I said, there's some good elements that I support, a lot of it is the whole respectability politics thing that y'all hear me talk about often, which is that if you quote unquote clean yourself up, and in that sense, I'm not just meaning like drugs or alcohol, I'm meaning like how you dress and present yourself, that somehow will help insulate you from discrimination, from racism, white supremacy. If you are a Muslim, a Black Muslim, if you are down with NOI, that will help insulate you from experiencing white supremacy, and that's just not true. And you look at Chicago, I mean, I hate to make that argument because I feel the Chicago argument is definitely misused. People are misinformed about how they use it. However, in terms of Chicago, you have a very high rate of young Black men, unemployment for young Black men. You have, of course, very high rates of poverty and other issues. And I'm not saying that the NOI can solve all of those systemic issues, but, what is their outreach there? I really don't know, so I don't want to necessarily fully go against it, but are they doing things for just the regular Black people that's not down with that? They're not necessarily down with that religion or down with the cult. They're just everyday Black people, everyday young Black people who may be going through things. Are they helping those people right there in Chicago? Because they got the funds to do it. They've been there for so long. And a lot of the community that's not even NOI still help support NOI. So, we kind of getting into a different conversation from the Malcolm X thing, but I just think it's something to think about. It's just something to really, really think about. And as we say over here, anybody can get it. You know what I'm saying? Anybody can get it. So nobody is some precious idol put up on this pedestal and they can't be critiqued. No one is above critique, period. I don't care who it is. Me, Psycho, I don't give a damn. Nobody is above critique. Malcolm X, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, Dr. Amos Wilson, whoever, no one is above critique. So, we got to get out of that Jesus type mindset, because that's where a lot of that comes from.
Especially murderers. Motherfuckers who murdered a fucking icon. Yeah. One of our Black heroes. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not giving them motherfuckers no pass. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm never going to let that motherfucker get a pass. I'm never going to let you fuckers forget that he has something to do with this shit. And I'm going to and y'all motherfuckers want to sleep easy because y'all support a motherfucker, because y'all know y'all support a motherfucker who conspired to take out Malcolm. So to make your motherfuckers sleep better about supporting this clown, you motherfuckers got to try to make it seem like he ain't had nothing to do with it. This was the white man that sat up there and pulled that trigger. This wasn't a Nation of Islam brother. No, this was the white man. And all this other shit, man, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. No, I don't want you sleeping good at night. I don't want you sleeping good at night. I want you to keep that guilt. I want you to keep that guilt. I want you to support that motherfucker knowing what the fuck he did. That's what I want you motherfuckers to do. I want y'all to own y'all shit. That's what I want you motherfuckers to do. Stop trying to sleep better. Stop trying to sleep better with lies. And sleep uneasy knowing the truth. That's what I want you motherfuckers to do. Alright? We're gonna keep it a buck around here who did what the fuck they did. I don't care what battery was throwing they fucking back. I said this, and I'm consistent. I said the same thing last week about William O'Neill. I ain't give that motherfucker a fucking pass. Please. Give a fuck about, fuck that. Did what you did. Motherfucker. You conspired to help get motherfucking Fred Hampton killed. Deal with it. That's what the fuck you did. Right? I'm motherfucking all our icons for the fucking 60s dead, and all I hear is Black people making excuses for the fucking killers. It's all the fuck I ever fucking hear. Crazy.
And you know what? Muchacha just mentioned something. With that whole Scientology thing. I mean, hello? I mean, these people that got down with this Dianetics and all this stuff and auditing or whatever. That comes from a racist white man that's some crazy cult. Like it's some for real crazy cult-ish. Do you hear me? And they done got down with that, but they so Black power though? Like, what's that about? Somebody explain that. So it's just too much there. But I was responding to Brandon Bitcoin L. But he was saying about like being, I guess dressed or well dressed or better dressed or whatever. Can cleaning up your image lower the risk from being discriminated? No. Not really. Not significantly, because
you just went from being a nigga to being a nigga in a suit.
Exactly. It'll just be something else. And I know some of y'all probably, if you've seen different things or researched different things, it's very common that when it is a black man who is well dressed or who is whatever, then they call you a uppity nigga. So you're an uppity nigger. You know what I'm saying? If you dress a certain way. And black men who are in, you know, nice vehicles that are their own are stopped very, very often. They can still always say you fit the description. It's been a lot of instances of black men who are well dressed, who are accomplished, who are educated, who are doctors, whatever. And they're not out here dressed they're just dressed casually like any other white man can do. And they ran down. So
real quick, the motherfuckers that killed Malcolm had on fucking suits and bow ties. Them pookies had on suits and bow ties. Are they not pookies now because they had on suit and bow ties? No, there still was a bunch of fucking pookies doing some pookie shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this damn RZA Islam, man, get that clown out of here, man. Get that clown out of here. Straight like that, I can't get down with that. I can't get down with the RZA Islam dude. You know, back in the day, I saw some different things he said, you know, in terms of white supremacy, whatnot, or whatever, that I agree with. And I did agree with him when he did Nick Cannon's show or whatever, channel or whatever he had going on. I don't know if he still does it, but he went on there, and that's when Nick was like, well, why we can't be with white women though? Like, if y'all remember seeing that clip. And, you know, RZA Islam was on point as far as that. Like, and I saw other things, like I said, him talking about the system and whatnot. But honey, I'm not even gonna go down that whole road, but he done been sitting up here pushing all this misinformation about this damn vaccine and everything else, honey. He's just something else. I mean, and like, where's your information from? And like, people really listening to this dude, like, and I'll be asking, like, do y'all look this stuff up? Like, it's one thing if you listen to him and then you look it up and you find a wealth of information that supports what he's saying, or you just listen to him and believe in him because he's black in a bow tie and supposed to be with the NOI. See, that's a problem. That's problematic. That's problematic. We can't do that stuff like that, y'all. We can't do that. We can't do that. We can't do that. We can't.
Especially dealing with them pseudo motherfuckers. You can't just take them on face value. These pseudo ass Negroes.
We got to get out of that thing. It sound good. We got to get out of that. It sound good to me. It sound good to me. That's right. Yep. Because
what happened to the Bell palsy? What happened to that? What did we ever? Nothing else. Right? That shit kind of died. And everybody just forgot that everybody was saying that the shit caused Bell. Everybody just forgot about that and moved on to the next shit. Yeah.
He never came out and said, "Hey, that video was a hoax. It was disproven. This woman don't exist. There's nobody by that name that's a registered nurse." At that time, in order to even get the vaccine, you had to be front line. You had to be. It wasn't even to the elderly yet. So you had to be a frontline worker. There was no one registered under that name at all. Not to. Well, I'm not even gonna get into.
Don't even got the integrity to make it a retractment.
Yep. All right.
Got super chat. Let's see. Shout out to T. Washington. He says, so what do y'all suggest should be done with the Nation of Islam, Hebrew Israelites, Christians, etc.? The Hebrew Israelites and the Christians, they're going to do what they do. Ultimately, they're going to do what they do. They're going to practice their spirituality, everything else. If they all of a sudden start getting on murder sprees, and the Christians are caught murdering Jesse Jackson, who I don't really care for, but I catch them murdering Jesse Jackson, I'm going to say them murdering ass Bible-thumping Christians, some spooked out motherfuckers need to be dealt with. They need to be dealt with. They need to be held accountable for killing Jesse. Even though I don't fuck with Jesse, they still shouldn't be murking him. He don't need to die. I'm not going to cake for black people killing another black person, especially a motherfucker of that stature. No, fuck that. No, what are we giving passes now? But no, the Nation of Islam as a whole, I already have my opinions about them, but Louis Farrakhan and everybody else who's living that conspired to get Malcolm killed should be dealt with. Their legacy should be tarnished. The truth should be out there, and they should not be allowed to go on for the rest of how many years he got left on this earth. He should not be allowed to motherfucking do it under the guise of he had nothing to do with Malcolm's murder and his hands is clean. No, he should be investigated. That whole cult should be investigated, truth be told. Because again, they're a cult and they're not here for the fucking people. They're here for themselves. They're here for themselves. These motherfuckers all about filling up their pockets. These motherfuckers ain't to be trusted. They got a long history of murders. So yeah, they even, speaking of the Hebrew Israelites, the Nation of Islam, again, from North New Jersey, in the 70s, again, less than 10 years, oh my bad, a little bit over 10 years, because this happened around 77, 78, the Nation of Islam from North New Jersey, the infamous Mosque number 25, murdered D.A.B.A.T.E. Bivens. And if you know anything about the Hebrew Israelites, you'll know D.A.B.A.T.E. Bivens is the godfather of the modern day Hebrew Israelite camps. He founded the UPK, the original UPK. D.A.B.A.T.E. Bivens died here in North New Jersey by a bunch of people from the Nation of Islam. They beat him to death. They beat him to death. This same criminal organization, this same motherfucking thugs also killed the founder of the Hebrew Israelites camps out in New York, One West. UPK, the original. He got murdered by the same people at the same mosque. Beat to death. Since we bringing up the Hebrew Israelites, I was just keeping on what they did to each other. Because I can talk about the other black people that they fucking killed. Again, none of these names I'm mentioning that they killed are white people. Not near name I'm talking about is that white blue-eyed devil that they always seem to talk about, but never seem to do nothing to. So yes, they also got D.A.B.A.T.E. Bivens blood on their fucking hands. This happened like in 77, 78. North New Jersey. If I'm mistaken, he died at Beth Israel Hospital after being beat to death. That's what he did to the Hebrews. Or they did, excuse me. My bad, Renee, you there? Why they beat the founder up? Well, they beat the founder up because D.A.B.A.T.E. Bivens created the whole street evangelicalism that the Hebrews are famous for. You know, all the street rhetoric that they talk when they're in the streets, threatening people with the Bible, making white people kiss their feet, and, you know, throwing Caesar Borgia's picture on the ground and all this shit. They got all that shit started with D.A.B.A.T.E. Bivens. D.A.B.A.T.E. Bivens created all that shit. Right? He started all that shit, and what the motherfucker used to do was travel around in the local area out here, go to like Brooklyn, Harlem, come out to Jersey, out here to Newark and everything else, and trying to, grow his camps and shit, trying to grow his camp, trying to grow the UPK because it was still young, it was still new. So they had to spread the message. And what he would do was come out here and talk their shit out in the street. And they was talking shit about the nation, like saying the nation is a, jailhouse religion, blah, 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 following these Arabs and blah, blah, talking shit, telling motherfuckers they need to get back to the Bible. Fuck that Quran shit. It's all about the Bible and Jesus and, the Most High. And, talking the same shit they talk today, right? But, the North Mosque out here didn't play. So he was talking shit, got into it with some nation motherfuckers, and they beat the fuck out of him and beat him to death. That's what happened. It was some spiritual shit, right? It was over the ideology, right? He was telling motherfuckers the nation is false prophets and all such anything else, and they dealt with them like they normally deal with black people. They kill them. They kill them like they do all the rest of the black people. Right? My bad. Go ahead, Renee. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to answer some cha-cha questions.
Yeah. And I want to respond to the question asked, T. Washington's question. Shout out to you, T. Washington. Thank you for supporting the channel. So what do y'all suggest should be done with the NOI, Hebrew Israelites, Christians, etc.? I mean, personally, I don't think anything should be done to them. I just think that we've got to, again, this is just my opinion. People have, the right to do as they see fit and believe as they see fit. But ultimately, I would like for us to become less spooked out. And, I say that because in my opinion, it is a hindrance to Black people. It has not gotten us out of bondage. It has not freed us in all of this time. And no matter what argument you can make, and people have tried to make different arguments to me, but no matter what argument you can make, especially in terms of biblical belief, you cannot prove that our ancestors came here with Bibles. You just can't prove it. You cannot prove that. I don't care if you Old Testament, New Testament, whatever. You cannot prove our ancestors came here with Bibles. So that means that it was given to us. That's just factual. That's not me trying to attack anybody. I don't think anybody could really legitimately disagree with that, because if you are taking a people captive and you are taking a people into bondage, they don't get to keep their spirituality. They don't get to keep their native tongue. In the case of what happened with us, they don't get to keep their cultural norms and values and practices. They just don't. You're stripped of all of your cultural identity, which is what happens to Black people. So that means that pretty much whatever we kind of ended up getting into was given to us. And we were allowed to have it. I mean, that's just, again, I'm not trying to attack anybody. I'm just laying out some things I don't think can be disproven. So it was endorsed, by slavery.
How can we put our bootlickers more on the front street for caping for Biden, Harris, and getting nothing for it? Oh, we was just talking about all that in the beginning of the show. You late, T. Washington. Appreciate the super chat, but you late. We talked about, we addressed all that in the beginning of the show about the reparations and everything else, and the Biden motherfuckers not expecting much, but we do this already. We discussed this before Biden even got elected. We was challenged. I challenged all these people that was Democratic voters. What is it that you actually voting for? What is it that you actually expect? And they never expected anything. So it's like they gonna get exactly what they expected, which is nothing, right? They satisfied. They don't care. Trump's out of office, even though Trump ain't out the mainstream, right? Trump like I said, they actually done fucked around and made shit worse with this shit, because now these motherfuckers talking about doing all types of wild shit. Like, this political landscape's going to get turned all upside its head. I personally don't care, because I actually kind of deep down on the low kind of like the anarchy that's going on within the political system, because that opens up the door for motherfucking other parties to start to flourish and start to take off, which is what's desperately needed in this system. We need to get the fuck out of this two-party shit. And then black people need to stop aligning themselves with a bunch of people that's just gonna have us chasing carrots all day long. Like I said, we addressed a lot of that in the beginning, though. My bad, Renee.
No, you good. You're good. But yeah, you know, the first Bible may have been in Ethiopia or whatever the case may be, but we're not Ethiopian. You know, we're West African people. And, you know, at that time, the Bible was not being distributed and all of these kinds of things like that. So, again, that indoctrination was endorsed by the white slave masters. And, you know, it is possible to be indoctrinated by anybody, even people that are your own, especially we're talking about the NOI. They're indoctrinating black people, and it's by black people. So, you know, but like I said, what we do know is that our ancestors did not come here with Bibles, that they were given, you know, the Holy Bible that was printed and had been translated by white men, by white people, and was given to black people. And we were allowed, and they had like the slave Bible or whatnot. But just in general, we've been allowed to have that Bible. And I just don't get why more black people don't question. Because if it is so that they have tried to destroy anything else that we have done that's been productive, like when you look at all of the different black towns across this country, post-slavery, that were being created, and you see how many of them were destroyed by white supremacy. You see how many things we've done that's been infiltrated. You see any types of institutions or whatever we've tried to build have been taken away. You see from even having trades in high schools that a lot of black people were able to establish careers with. You know, back in the day, they removed all of that. But one of the things that remains standing is the black church. You can go to any major city or small black town in this country, and you will find a plethora of churches. And those churches have not freed us. Most of those churches subscribe to the Bible. Many black people read the Bible every day. Many black people pray every day. Many black people repeat scripture every day. Many black people hold on to all of those things and have for generations after generation after generation. And it has yet to free us. And I just don't understand why more black people don't question that. Why is it that something that this one thing, this Bible, they will always let you have a Bible. When people go to jail, they won't let you have nothing else, but they'll let you have that Bible. And if it is so that the Bible is so empowering, where's the power? Where's the power? Because even when we go back historically, a lesser amount of black people could read. But see, then that's when you get into the arguments, well, people aren't real Christians, or they aren't real Hebrew Israelites, or they don't really believe in the Bible. I mean, who determines that? Where's the, who determines who's real about whatever? Because if it is so that, you know, only God or the Most High, or however people reference, knows your heart or knows who, you know, your spirit, then how can another person make that judgment on other people? So that doesn't even, logically and practically, that doesn't even pan out. That doesn't even pan out to say, well, they're just not doing it right. Well, who does it right? What does that mean? What does that mean? Because it's plenty of things people do every day who are Christian, who are, you know, they try to do the best they can, and they do plenty of things that are against the Bible every day. But is that okay? Because they're trying. So then who determines that? So it's still it's just very subjective. It's just very, and it's just not productive. It's just not productive. It's just not. I think there have been some churches and things that have been productive for Black people, but I'm just saying, if reading the Bible freed Black people, baby, we'd be free as hell. We'd be free as a bird today. Because when Black people had nothing else at certain times, especially like in the Jim Crow era and everything, they had that Bible. And that Bible didn't keep nobody from being lynched. It didn't keep anybody from being lynched. It didn't keep any Black woman from being raped. It didn't keep any Black little girls being bombed in the church. So it's like, at what point? And I don't, people get frustrated with me or whatever because I look at a lot of things from a practical and logical standpoint. But if being asked what I think we should do, that's what I think we should do. We should be more practical, more logical, and more evidence and fact-based in how we approach things. Because we have an element of spirituality, and I am not against spirituality by any means. I am against, or I don't support, I'll say, organized religion, and I don't subscribe to the Bible being this holy, almighty book that everybody in the world should be living by. I don't, no. That's a man-made book that men published, whether it was in Ethiopia, whether it was in New Hampshire. It's a man-made book at the end of the day. And, no one can prove any of these things. Nobody can. These are just facts, whether people want to admit it or like it or not. So because of that, I don't hold it in some highest of esteem. I don't hold it at this high level. I think that there is practicality in it, and I think there's value in terms of certain stories, just like you could read a book of fables, and you could read a book of African proverbs, right, that teach you different things. It takes a village to raise a child. Okay, there's nothing spooky though. It doesn't have to be spooky though. It doesn't have to be that to get the practicality and get certain life lessons out of it. And that's more so, I feel like, would be a productive approach for Black people. I don't ever try to attack. I'm not trying to attack anybody personally. It's more so addressing I know Hebrew Israelites say their culture. It's addressing the culture, or for others, the religion itself. It's not trying to address or attack these specific people who subscribe to that. Just as much as they can tout these things as being great and almighty, why can't I address them in my view that's not the same as theirs? I'm not trying to attack them. I'm addressing the culture. I'm addressing the religion. So I don't think anything should be ultimately done with them. Just like, I think people have an entitlement to believe what they want, but we got to get on some kind of common ground though about certain principles. You feel me? We got to get on a certain ground about this reparations. You subscribe to your religion or your culture and everything, but we got to get on one page with that kind of thing. And that's the problem, is because I have to say this, but to a large degree, religion divides. It's very divisive. I mean, I was just talking about the NOI and how basically, if you're not down with them, you're not going to receive any protection. Even though this is all under the guise of Blackness and Black people and what's wrong with Black people and what we faced and all of that. But nah, you got to accept this right here. You got to accept this set of beliefs with this book and what we say over here with this. You got to accept this person was the messenger and all of this stuff. You got to subscribe to all of that kind of stuff. But because if you don't, that's divisive. Is that not divisive? Is that not divisive? Because I can understand. Now, division is important if you're speaking in terms of somebody who, for instance, Judas and the Black Messiah, right? You talking about people like the William O'Neills of the world. And I forgot the other guy, Psycho said William somebody. I'm like, these Williams is something else. But the other William who killed Malcolm, yeah, we need division from those type of people.
Yeah, William Bradley.
Okay. William Bradley. We need division from the William O'Neills and the William Bradleys of the world. We need division from the quote unquote Judases. We need division from the traitors amongst us. We need division from the scammers among us and the exploiters among us. Yes, we need division from those people. But just simply dividing Black people based upon your own set of spiritual rules or whatever, I don't agree with that. And that's problematic. But to wrap it up, in general, I definitely have love for my Black Christians, my Black Hebrew Israelites, Black people in the NOI. I know people in all of those different factions. And a lot of them are very good people. They're kind people. They're loving people. But this indoctrination, somebody gave that to you. Like, this is not divine. Like, let's be real about it. Like, somebody gave that to you, another person told you about it, or Big Mama or whatever took you to church. Like, somebody else gave this to you. Like, it wasn't imparted into you by, the Most High per se, directly. Like, it comes by way of these other people. So, I just think that has to be looked at, and I know I done made some people mad or frustrated with me, or, and it ain't no harm, no foul. But I just wanted to give a general answer.
And listen, spiritualities will have these motherfuckers up here killing all these Black people.
Yeah.
They did that because they're part of a fucking cult. That's why they did that shit.
The KKK is a religious. The KKK is a religious organization.
Exactly. They think what they do. They think what they doing is based on the word of God. So they use that book of excuses too. Everybody use these books of fucking excuses. They just find a book of excuses that work for them. They got the excuses they need and they roll with it. You know what I mean? It's just what the fuck it is, man. Like, man, listen. Don't even get me started. And like, it's these spookisms that got getting our fucking leaders killed. Right? It's the spookisms that's doing it. People are saying the spookism is saving them. I don't see how. It didn't save Khalid. It didn't save Malcolm. Like, how did it save them? They both died before their time. Both of them.
And even, no disrespect, but even Marcus Garvey, he was a Roman Catholic, right?
Yeah, exactly. He was a Bible thumper, yeah. But actually, he wasn't a Bible thumper, but he believed in Jesus, and
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
I mean, so what happened? What had happened then? You know what I mean? Like, nobody has these answers, and man, like I said, our people did not come here with no Bibles. They just did not. So then you gotta question.
We got linked up independent of all this spirituality. Like the reason why the Nation of Islam didn't like Malcolm or Khalid was because they was talking about the Black diaspora. They was talking about building with Black people outside of the nation, and that was a problem for the fucking nation, right? Like Malcolm and Khalid both went into the nation with Pan-African ideals. The nation ain't about no goddamn Pan-Africanism. They don't give a fuck about that shit. They about their coat, right? But Malcolm would talk this Pan-African stuff and, trying to work with other groups. And it's like Malcolm wanted to go in knee deep into this civil rights stuff and everything else. And Elijah didn't want no parts of it. Elijah is like, I don't want nothing to do with it. And this, that, and third. We need to focus on growing the nation and this, that, and third. And fuck all this shit. Like Malcolm was still talking that shit, and Elijah really didn't want him talking or focusing on like the Black people as a whole diaspora, like outside of recruiting. Like, they would use that as a recruiting tool, but that was just talk. But Malcolm was talking a little bit more than just talk, right? Like, he was starting to talk about actually doing things. He was talking about actually making trips down to the South to help motherfuckers down there that was getting bit by dogs and all this other shit, everything else. Elijah wasn't with all that shit. Elijah wasn't with no action. He was cool with the talking, because you just talking. It sounds good. Whatever you can say to get these motherfuckers to join, say it, right? Like, but Malcolm was actually talking about doing shit. That was a problem, right? That became a problem because it was about growing the nation, not motherfucking getting ourselves out of this situation. Because us being in this situation means more money for the nation, because they can keep motherfucking doing this little bullshit, playing games. Because as long as we fucked up, they can keep getting new members. But we doing good. People ain't going to join these fuckers. Everybody, what the fuck I'm joining you for? How you gonna make me better? I'm already doing good. Mm-hmm. They need us fucked up, right? So like, you gotta understand how these cult minds work. Same thing with Khalid. Khalid was getting too damn political. That was a fucking problem. So he got kicked out, right? Both of these motherfuckers got kicked out for saying something about white people. Go figure. Malcolm got silenced for talking about JFK. Khalid got silenced for talking about the small hats. Yeah. But these motherfuckers supposed to be talking about taking down the white blue-eyed devil. All they do is protect white people and kill black people. That's all they've done historically. That's all they've done. To the point where even at its inception, they got motherfuckers running around here praising a white man called him Massa. Massa for ride. That whole cult's a joke. My bad, Renee. Go ahead.
No, you 100% on point. I was just gonna also say that I totally get it. Like, I totally understand religion and the concepts and everything, and how it can be kind of like seen as like beneficial to people, because the idea of I'm putting my worries into you, and a lot of different phrases. God's got my back. I know God's got me. Just that type of thing, because I get that concept, you know what I'm saying? Especially if you're going through a hard time, you're going through a difficult time, which Black people have always gone through, by the way. I think you're more prone. I think that's another reason too why you see more churches in the Black community. That's why I said, if it was just about Black people reading Bibles and all of that, we read more Bibles than anybody. I don't care what nobody say. But I understand, the concept, because with our ancestors, they were kind of fed the idea that the afterlife was going to be better. You may suffer here, you may suffer now, but somebody's coming for you. Somebody is going to avenge these people, and you will have everlasting life. And you will be, on streets of gold and all of these kinds of things. You will have no worries. And I understand but I feel like we got to deal with some of these things, in a more practical way, because of, having a fear of death, which is normal, which is understandable. It's the fear of the unknown. Nobody knows. And I don't care what nobody tell you, ain't nobody died and came back to life. Okay? They didn't die and come. They might have went into a whatever state for a moment, but baby, they didn't die and come back. I will believe it when my grandmother, who's been gone since 2008, comes back. Now, when she come back, and baby, it's been 13 years, when she come back, then we can talk. But if you're talking about somebody who was in the hospital and they might have flatlined and their heart started back beating, they didn't really die. They're not technically dead. You know what I'm saying? And so nobody knows. Nobody can really tell you, this happens when you die and this is what it is. Nobody can tell you that. Nobody can prove that to you. So to have a fear of that is normal. That's natural. That's a healthy fear to have, of total unknown, right? Because all we've known is life. So I get that. But we can't, use these kinds of things anymore. I get again that for our ancestors, it was a crutch in many ways, It was a crutch to make it through. It was a crutch to survive. Just to make it. You feel me? You ain't got nothing going on. But work and abuse, you're owned like livestock. You somebody else's property. So what else do you have but to hope and pray that it's something better for you? So but I feel like at this point, we gotta evolve a little bit more from that. And you know, we in the information age, y'all. We gotta really get informed, and we gotta really start asking certain questions about certain things. Like I said, why was we able to keep the Bible? Why were we able to have churches? We couldn't have nothing else, but you have a church. With all the black people they locked up, keep locking up. You can't have nothing else, but they'll give you that Bible.
Right.
So they gonna give you something to free you?
Yeah. People love saying, what has atheists ever done for the black community? Name me who has atheists ever killed? What leaders have atheists ever killed in the black community? How about that? How about that question in return? How about that for a comeback? Name me the atheists that killed the black leader in the motherfucking community. I'll wait.
And if you look at the Black Revolutionary Movement, you look at like the Black Panther Party, they left religion up out of there. Religion didn't have no bearing on nothing up in there. They tried to put that over there. So you had groups that wasn't even dealing on that level, and they were extremely effective in such a short period of time on the community, and not based on any religion, not based on trying to push a book down your throat, not trying to push these scriptures on you. No. So, you know, if you want to look at something that's a model that may not be necessary, I think it was atheists in it, but wasn't necessary.
Yeah, it was atheists in it, but it wasn't based on any religion. It didn't have no religious foundation or nothing. You're right.
Exactly. It wasn't based on atheism, even though there was atheism.
Right, they were willing to work with anybody. They work with the church. They work with Muslims. They work with anybody.
That's right. But exactly, and it was not built upon. You have to accept this doctrine. The only doctrine you gotta accept is you black and you beautiful. That's what you gotta accept. That's what you had to accept. Yep. You ain't gotta accept no Jesus as your savior or the Most High or any other, you know, whatever. You didn't have to accept none of that. And overall, they were much more effective than a lot of the black church has been to some degree. And I say that because if you are measuring in the fact that it was such a short period of time, and this is pre all of this technology, and they got so many people on board, and they created programs like the sickle cell program, like the breakfast program, that continue to remain to this day, and that were used as models for things to this day. So, like, it was such a short time, it's such a prolific time, though, right. You know, so, yeah.
Yeah, and real quick, yes, the Nation of Islam was funded by H.L. Hunt, and H.L. Hunt was not the founder of the Dallas Texans. His son, Lamar Hunt, was the founder of the Dallas Texans that eventually became the Kansas City Chiefs. And the AFC trophy is actually named after Lamar Hunt, who again is the son of H.L. Hunt, who actually funded the Nation of Islam from the early days. But yes, y'all right. H.L. Hunt, absolutely a white billionaire oil weller from Texas, who was implicated in the John F. K. Assassination. He was implicated in that as well. You know, so just to let y'all know, this little FYI. And see, viewing YouTube said, didn't the Haitians use religion / voodoo as a part of overcoming the French? That's what I've heard. Well, when people say this, that's a very vague thing to say, because like when people say they use voodoo, it's almost like they saying they put magical spells on people. Like, you know, like laser beams was coming out their hands, and you know, they was able to, you know, use juju beads and all kinds of candles to make spirits jump out of their body and go fight a war against, you know, with a bunch of ghosts and ghouls and goblins. And no, that's not quite what happened. You know, Now, did they use voodoo as a way of motivation, so to speak, as a kind of a rallying call or whatever? Yeah. They practiced voodoo and they did use that as motivation. You know, just like Christians over here, you could say like Nat Turner used the Bible as motivation and all this other stuff. X, Y, Z. Okay, that's cool. But as just like I just gave that example, anything could be motivation, right? Like you can't I'm not going to give the Bible credit for what Nat Turner and them motherfuckers did, right? That was just a tool he used as motivation to actually do what he was already capable of fucking doing. Same thing with voodoo. You know, with voodoo, like at the end of the day, they used that for motivation, but that ain't what actually did it. What actually did the revolution was the action, right? Like, well, they could have got motivated by anything. They could have got to a point where they were just tired of being tired, and they just said, "Fuck it," we about to rush the Capitol. You know what I mean? Like we the only ones who feel like we need to attach our shit into some kind of spirituality. I didn't hear these Capitol rioters say, "Yeah, we use the we use the Catholic doctrine to motivate us to go rush the fucking Capitol." No, the motherfucking you can say actually you could say they use QAnon as a motherfucking motivational tool to rush the fucking Capitol. You could say that. But but that ain't the excuse them motherfuckers use though. Them motherfuckers actually tell you the opposite. They'll tell you QAnon ain't had nothing to do with nothing. They did what the fuck they did. You know what I mean? Like they own it. Like we did it, but we wasn't wrong in doing it. You know, they try to justify it and just say, yeah, we had every right to do it. Look at the Constitution and blah 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 blah. And that wasn't even us. They'll just say it wasn't even them. They'll say it was Black Lives Matter and Antifa and all this other shit. But you don't hear the motherfuckers say, yeah, we use QAnon as motivation to build that. No. We gotta stop doing that shit. We gotta stop doing that shit. Our motivation is wanting liberation. That's our motherfucking motivation. At least that should be our motivation. And we shouldn't need any kind of spiritual books or rituals or anything like that to motivate us to actually do these things. You know, we should just be tired of being tired. Like everybody else when they motherfucking rise up. Everybody else rise up, they just tired of being tired. And that's all we need. We just need to be tired of being fucking tired.
Getting our backs kicked in. And who was I telling you the other day, Psycho, about our honorable ancestor Malcolm X too was talking about, getting to the day where, if you hurt one of us, you hurt all of us. You know what I'm saying? And that would be amazing. But it's a lot of obstacles in that way. And we should be, I felt, organized around what we do have in common, and that's being Black. And now different Black people may, not saying we're a monolith, but we have a common experience. We have a common history. We have a common foundation. And within that, I feel that's where the organization needs to come out of, not coming out of, any particular spiritual, belief system. And people are entitled, and I'm somebody who's agnostic. I'm like, I don't know, but I'm not down with that other stuff. I'm just not no, just on a very logical standpoint, it just doesn't make sense. And if most things don't make sense to me, I can't get with it. It's got to make sense. Like 2 + 2 ain't 73.
Oh, please, it's stop, don't do that, RBR. Stop. He done murdered that analogy. I don't even want to hear that analogy no more. He fucked it all up for everybody. I can't hear that analogy. Yes, viewing YouTube, yes. QAnon is definitely a cult. QAnon is definitely a cult. Absolutely.
Let me finish real quick before we get out of here, because, honey, I'm tired.
Yeah, we've been on for a minute, but go ahead.
Yeah. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all that rock with us. Y'all, so many of y'all been rocking with us. Like, y'all are faithful people. to the platform. And I know that, y'all know Psycho's an atheist. Y'all know I'm agnostic. And y'all know that, we have certain positions that people deem to be extreme. But we also feel that everybody has the right to subscribe to the beliefs they do. It's just that if we're asked about it, or in this case, breaking down, like Psycho breaking down the NOI, it's certain things that's going to be said because that's his position on it, or that's our position on it. So, but it's not intended to slight anybody, because I know that sometimes, and over the years, I've noticed that when we do start addressing religion, some of them numbers drop off. They drop off. You feel me? And,
yeah, they do.
yeah, and I get it. I get it. If it's something you subscribe to, it's like you don't want to really hear that being banged on for real. And that's your right. So we still love y'all. We appreciate y'all.
We try not to do it too much. Yeah. Sometimes it comes up, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so, that doesn't mean we don't, like y'all, support y'all, want y'all here. We definitely do, But y'all know we just not the type of.
We don't follow no doctrines that say we're not supposed to work with people because of their spiritual faith. I actually hold the position we got to work with whoever's willing to put the work in, regardless of faith, right? So I'm not here. If y'all talking about putting in the work, I'm not here to judge you, whatever your spiritual faith is, right? Like us banging on the NOI is not us banging on their spiritual faith, so to speak. I was banging, if you notice, I was banging on the organization, right? Mainly, right? Because that's where my beef's at. I didn't bang on traditional Islam, right? I wasn't up in here just going ham on the Quran and Muhammad and the cave and his 9-year-old daughter. I didn't go into none of that, right? I ain't do none of that, right? I could have, but I didn't, right? Like that, because that's not where I'm at with it. That's what y'all follow. That's just what you follow. People know my position on it. Ain't no need for me to keep beating it down. But I do need to get on this motherfucking organization, because this organization is independent of any spiritual faith or whatever, right? It's regardless. Like, I'm getting on the organization. Fuck all the spiritual faith shit, right? Because I already explained, I think that's a guise anyway. Most of these motherfuckers don't even believe half the shit they talking about.
Right. Anyway, y'all, we tired, but I love y'all so much. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to everybody. Muchacha, Phobos, Keeping It Plain, Rashid, Pookie, everybody, all of y'all. We love y'all. I'ma holler at y'all the next time around. What's today? Tuesday? Who knows what might happen, but who knows what might happen? You never know, something might pop off Thursday. It's a possibility. You feel me? Especially it's a couple little stories that done popped up. So we'll see what happens. But anywho, I love y'all. Appreciate y'all. I'm done.
Definitely. Now, I mean, and family, do me a favor. If you haven't already, please click like, share, and subscribe. It's very important that you click like. It gets us in the algorithm. Also important that you share. Let people know that we breathing. Also important that you subscribe. Because if you subscribe, you'll be on top of everything that we're doing here on this channel. So please don't forget to do all that. And also, if you do click subscribe, please, by all means, do not forget to hit that notification bell. This is very important that you hit that notification bell. You know what I mean? Because sometimes we might get shadow banned, and the only way that you know we going live or whatever we doing is to get that notification. So please, when you click subscribe, please don't forget to hit that notification bell. That's also important. You know what I mean? And yeah, family. Oh, my bad. To my haters out there. It's about that time. You know what I mean? Some of y'all was early, but now's the time. Now, I embrace these motherfuckers. I do not turn off my ratings. If you had any issues or anything you heard tonight, you know, us getting on this pseudo-ass bullshit coke, or us banging on these coon-ass motherfucking white mouthpieces, then by all means express yourself now by please clicking dislike. You should still share this motherfucker. That's very important. And then you might want to kindly unsubscribe, right? Because if your clown ass is over here clicking dislike because, you know, we getting on the shit that we getting on over here, then I already know you ain't on none of these motherfuckers right here, and you probably hate yourself. Let's just keep it a buck. All right? Yeah, family. Also, please, family, please consider becoming a Patreon. You know what I mean? Shout out to all my Patreon out there. If you do become a Patreon, you have access to any stream I do, whether I keep it up, whether I take it down. I also have exclusive content on there, and I also have no limits on my Patreon. Whatever you feel like the channel's worth, that's what you donate. I appreciate every donation given. All donations given does go towards the production of the show. As always, shout out again to all my Patreon. I appreciate all y'all. And family. Also, please follow me on Twitter and the gram at SYKOPATHeist. Stuff to say with the channel. I've been checking my shit a little bit more often lately. I've been slipping, but I'm back on there checking it again often. So if you left me a message and it took me a while to respond, I apologize. But yeah, please follow me there though, family. I'm about to be back on there on a regular. And also, family, please subscribe to all our channels. All these links will be in the description. It's very important that you do this because you never know. We might motherfucking get fucked with, and we might have to channel hop. So please subscribe to all our channels. All these links will be in the description as always. And family. Also, y'all already, if you're looking for any graphics, artwork designs, or logos, please consider hitting up our sister Renee at Renee Black Graphics on Facebook. Also, if you're looking for any t-shirts, hoodies, coffee mugs, please consider hitting up her store as well. Just like all the other links, these links will be in the description as always. And family, we should be back maybe on Thursday. If we come back, it won't be before Thursday. I'll tell you that. I might do that grown folk Patreon stream tomorrow night. I'll post on the community wall and let people know, and I'll probably give a little video or something to let people know that we will be going live on the Patreon if I do it tomorrow night. So be on the lookout for that. And also family. You know what I mean? I want to give, once again, shout out to everybody that came through. Shout out to everybody out in the live chat. You know what I mean? Shout out to My Deep and everybody else that came through. I want to give a peace and black power again to everybody. Holla black at your boy and your girl. We out.
Battle anybody, I don't care, you die. Battle anybody, I don't care, you die. Battle anybody, I don't care, you die.
Yeah.
Battle any, I accept.
Yep.
They all fail.
Yep. Let's go.